All right, so let's start. Thank you everyone for joining us today. This is the second annual Intramuros Young Scholars Conference, and this is your host, Rancho Arcilia, and this conference is brought to you by the Intramuros administration. So we're going to have a conference for the next 2 days, and our theme for this year is Intramuros, a heritage of resilience. In its almost half a millennia of existence, Intramuros has proven its resilience as a heritage district, and its walls and fortifications, as well as its streets and open spaces, along with the San Agustin Church and the Manila Cathedral, all bear witness to centuries of continuous human habitation that had given rise to an equally resilient nation that continues to thrive despite the passing of natural and man-made disasters. The second Young Scholars Conference will serve as a venue where the youth and young and emerging professionals and researchers can share their studies and expertise on Intramuros and its heritage of resilience. It will feature a total of 7 selected undergraduate and master's level theses in the span of 2 days and shall be staged entirely online. So this will be the first time ever that Intramuros administration will be holding an entirely online conference. And of course, this conference is open to the public free of charge, and everyone is welcome to attend. Now, before we start, so I'd like to read first some pointers for this conference. Only those who attended both day 1 and day 2 are entitled to get a certificate. And once registered, you are to receive separate Zoom links for both day 1 and day 2. Inform us if you have not yet received one or both links. And if ever you would like to join now, if you are viewing via Facebook Live, you can still join us in our Zoom. The details are in our Facebook page. The registrants will be accommodated. Uh, registrants can still be accommodated now, but note that you need to attend both 2 days. So if you only attend tomorrow, you will not get a certificate. Anyway, you may raise your questions in the Q&A button if ever you have questions once you are in Zoom. And note that the webinar is recorded and the recording shall be made permanently available in IA's social media channels. If you have any questions or concerns after the conference, feel free to email us at research@intramuros.gov.ph. For day 1, we're going to have 3 papers presented, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Each paper is one session, and one session is 60 minutes. The 60 minutes is further broke down as follows. So we have 30 minutes for the presentation of the speaker. We have 20 minutes for the panel to give their commentary, and 10 minutes, of course, for Q&A from our dear attendees. On the other hand, for day 2, we are going to have 4 papers. So 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Okay, so I'd like to introduce our uh, our guest for today, who will give our opening lecture for this conference. So, Attorney Guillermo Asido is a lawyer and a heritage manager. He is at present the administrator of the Intramuros administration. He is also a professor of law at the Adamson University College of Law, at the Bulacan State University College of Law, and at the San Beda College of Law, as College of Arts and Sciences. Department of Legal Management. He earned his uh, BA in Literature as well as Bachelor in Laws and Master of Laws from the University of Santo Tomas. I'd like to call on attorney for the opening lecture. Sir?
Thank you, John. Just to set in context as well, the purpose of the conference for for the next 2 days. This is the second time that we will be holding the Intramuros Young Scholars Conference. Last year we had the first one in celebration of the 40th year of Intramuros administration. Today is significant because we are holding this online, and this is basically the first time that we are holding it during a public health crisis. So let me just share my screen in order to start the presentation for today. So for the second Young Intramuros Scholars Conference, I would like to build on what we have been doing for the last several years, and also and how we can build on establishing and ensuring the resiliency of the historical district. Allow me first to contextualize everything by telling you the story of the agency which we represent. So the Intramuros administration is an attached agency of the Department of Tourism. Our principal mandate under Presidential 1616 is to ensure the orderly development of the district. Through the past 41 years, the Intramuros administration has continued to enhance the natural and cultural heritage of Intramuros through conservation and preservation measures. And we are under basically under the Department of Tourism. We report to a board of administrators led by the Secretary of Tourism with representations from the different line agencies, including the City of Manila as well. So the Intramuros administration has been in existence for the past 41 years, and there's always a story behind the creation, why the Intramuros administration was created. And also we have gone through several changes as well in terms of how we are executing its mandate. Now, Intramuros is a national cultural treasure, and its development has long been planned since the 1970s. It has went through several stages. Principally, the first one was in 1973 through a grant given by the Spanish government through what we refer to as the Plano de Ordenación de Turístico de Intramuros de Manila. The focus of that plan in 1973 was on the restoration and creation of a new urban environment. This was actually presented to the Philippine government several years before the creation of the Intramuros administration. Now, in 1980, several years after the creation of the Intramuros administration, there was what we refer to as an Intramuros development plan. It consists of a comprehensive site planning and the approval of the 1973 plan as presented by the Spanish government to the Philippine government as basis. From the period of 1980 to 1982, we had the period of reconstruction and construction. We also had that was also the period when the Intramuros administration issued what we refer to as the implementing rules and regulations to implement its mandate. Now, in 2007, there is what we refer to as the Intramuros Revitalization Plan. And this was basically also a presentation made to the Asian Development Bank. The updated Intramuros plan adopted what we refer to as the living museum concept. There was a call under that plan for community participation. There was also a call in that plan for relaxation of rules and regulations that was adopted in the early 1980s. But then again, the problem with all of these plans from 1973, 1980, and 2007 is that they were not properly executed. There were several reasons why they were not adopted or implemented fully. So, one principal reason was the lack of budget, but this was basically not a consideration when we took over in 2017. Now, having seen all of these plans and having reviewed all of these plans when we started in 2017, what we realized is that there should be proper context in all of these plans. It should be consistent with all of national policies, and it should be adaptive as well of international best practices in the interest of conservation and management. So, prior to um, moving forward in terms of the execution of the mandate in 2017, we tried to understand first what is the reason, what should be the motivation for the orderly restoration and development of Intramuros. So we ask ourselves the why in terms of the reason why the Intramuros administration was still in existence, and what should be its relevance and mandate in ensuring that its mandate is properly executed. And the basic bottom line that we said is that the why is the narrative. Okay? We should identify Intramuros in terms of the people, in terms of the Filipino identity, and that we wanted to reinforce the Filipino values of malasakit and malikhain in terms of understanding the value of heritage and in terms of understanding the value of Intramuros in our nation's history. So we decided to look first at available national plans to see how we can contextualize the plan of Intramuros administration. And we referred to the Philippine Development Plan that was adopted in 2017 and should be until 2022. There's a particular chapter in the Philippine Development Plan of what we refer to as the Chapter 7. And in Chapter 7, it was on the matter of promoting Filipino culture and values. So, based on the Philippine Development Plan, while focusing on the preservation and development of tangible cultural heritage assets, the Intramuros administration recognized the importance of creating cultural awareness, inculcating Filipino values, cultivating creativity, and amplifying national pride as a country. So, in terms of contextualizing the um, plans moving forward, we relied on the strategies, we relied on the values, and we relied on as well on on the context of the Philippine Development Plan. Now, aside from that, we decided as well to adopt UNESCO's historic urban landscape approach. The UNESCO historic urban landscape approach emphasizes the livability and inclusive development of the community in the conservation and preservation of urban heritage sites. We try to understand basically the reason why urban heritage sites and the management and conservation of urban heritage sites are being in other countries are being properly implemented, and the reason why they are being we are successful in doing so, like in countries like in Kyoto and in other historical and World Heritage sites, is that they consider the urban heritage district as one that is livable and inclusive. So basically, this emphasizes the role of the community and trying to include them in all aspects of development and implementation. So we identify the following as our main agenda. In terms of heritage, what we wanted is to safeguard and enshrine our cultural heritage. And in terms of resources and services, what we wanted is to achieve equity and inclusion in access to cultural resources and services. And definitely, what we want also is terms of ensuring that all of these matters of heritage and resource services are actually implemented is on the matter of ensuring socio-economic growth. So we wanted to sustain enhance cultural assets to foster creativity and innovation for socio-economic growth. So we adopted basically two simple strategies in terms of its consistency as well with the Philippine Development Plan and the UNESCO's Urban Heritage Landscape Approach. One is to establish the Intramuros as the not just an historic and cultural complex nationwide, but also as a hub for cultural education, entertainment, and of course, tourism. This will help in showcasing the best of the Philippines for cultural tourism, which then can contribute to economic growth. We also wanted and adopted as a strategy the expansion and inclusivity of the cultural structures as civic spaces for dialogue and cultural exchange. So, cultural structures such as museums, centers, the archives, the library, okay, and other cultural destinations will be more made inclusive in order to allow cultural exchanges, and this will ensure as well the sustainability and resiliency of the district. So, what is basically the main output that we have adopted in terms of ensuring the resiliency of the district? So, having gone through the Philippine Development Plan and having gone through the urban heritage landscape approach of UNESCO, we decided to adopt what we refer to as the conservation management plan, and we were able to adopt this through the effort as well and support of the Office of Senator Richard Gordon. The Conservation Management Plan is a document that helps develop the management strategies for historic assets, sites, and places. A conservation management plan in other jurisdictions explains the significance of the heritage assets, examines how any future use, management, conservation policies will be applied to protect the significance in the face of any changes. Now, this is basically consistent, and we are amplifying the mandate already with the adoption of the Conservation Management Plan, Section 1 of Presidential 1616, which shall be where we again reiterated the mandate that we shall be responsible for the orderly restoration and development of Intramuros. We also are being consistent as well with the National Cultural Heritage Act of 2009 for the advocacy of protection, preservation, conservation, and promotion of the nation's cultural heritage, its properties, and histories in pursuit of preservation as a strategy for maintaining Filipino identity. Now, the conservation management plan that we adopted in early this year is a product of several researches as well. And for the past years, you will note that, especially after the Second World War, Intramuros has been the subject of various policies, laws, rules, and regulations. In a small district such as Intramuros, there were more than 20 plus laws, rules, and regulations that we had to contend with, and we had to ensure that in terms of ensuring the resiliency of the district, which is the bottom line in terms of the conservation management plan, is that this will not result in inconsistent or ambivalent application in an implementation. The adoption of the Intramuros Conservation Management Plan will lead to the preparation as well and will address the challenges it will face as an urban heritage district already. Okay. Now, in terms of the objective of the CMP, the core goal of the CMP is the preparation of a CMP that is appropriate to the Intramuros. This is actually the first time in its 41 years of existence that the Intramuros administration, ironically, is coming up with a conservation management plan. Now, um, shown on your screen is the objective, the methodology, and the deliverables in terms of the process that we adopted, ensuring the adoption of the conservation management plan. This adoption of the conservation management plan is consistent with international best practices in terms of ensuring the resiliency of the district. So even in terms of methodology, we did not rely just on the archival and library researches. We also resorted to targeted interviews among history and architecture experts on Intramuros. And then even went to the extent of doing an online survey of the general public. So the CMP is now complete, and this has been submitted as well to the National Commission on Culture and Arts, which will eventually be submitted to UNESCO Geneva. Now, what we wanted basically, aside from the conservation management plan, is that we should ensure that there will be a convergence of cultural heritage and sustainable tourism. Now, the CMP is only one aspect of the overall directions that we wanted to take. There are, of course, a number of urban um, urban problems that we have to deal with. So everyone's familiar with the issues and concerns regarding the informal settlers. So we adopted already what we referred to as the strategy for the effective implementation mainstream of people's lives and living entitlements. This is a socialized housing program that we are adopting and implementing already with the Socialized Housing Finance Corporation. It is not just a relocation program. What we wanted is a socialized housing program approach. And in terms of uh, part of the resiliency effort as well, is we wanted to ensure the pedestrianization of major roads for better protection. We have started already the rehabilitation of the major roads inside the district, and we hope to complete this already by the first quarter of 2021. Then we also have the MyStrands, a creative hub. This is a completion of the project that was started during the term of then Tourism Secretary Rick Gordon. And what we wanted is to ensure that this be completed already, that this will be an idea hub and also a creative hub that will be consistent as well with promotion of culture and heritage and creativity in the district. We also wanted to establish already what we refer to as the tourism circuit of Manila. So with the help of the city government and the National Museum and the other agencies of government, we have now established and ready to implement what we refer to as the Manila Heritage Circuit. So hopefully after the pandemic or after the proper quarantine rules and regulations are lifted in the National Capital Region, we will be able to launch already the Manila Heritage Circuit. And then, of course, part of the overall development is the use of the open spaces. So, what we wanted is to ensure that there will be a process of how people can actually be able to enjoy heritage culture by walking around and seeing the nice parks and monuments as well. So the conservation management plan has been approved by our board of administrators, submitted to the National Commission on Culture and Arts, and also to other agencies. Then what we expect is that this will be properly endorsed as well to UNESCO Geneva. And we've laid out as well already the execution and action plan of the Intramuros administration consistent with the CMP for the period of from now until 2022. So we are looking at the aspect of management and urban renewal. So outlined on your screen are the specific actions that we will be taken. So we will be taking, and we have now started the process of consultation and dialogue with the stakeholders inside for the pedestrianization plan of Intramuros. We are now also consolidating real properties in terms of this, the untitled properties that should be titled under government are already properly executed as well. So the consolidation strategy will basically ensure as well that idle properties inside the district and those that should be under the name of the government will now be properly titled. under the name of the Philippine government. So we are looking at adoption of a mixed-use zoning strategy as well. And basically as well, we're looking at certain amendments to our rules and regulations which were adopted 41 years ago as well. Okay. And then having the conservation management plan already, what we want is to ensure the legibility of the location of Intramuros, adopt an interpretation plan, look at the adoption of the visitor management plan, and integrate a disaster risk reduction and management component in the CMP, establish the Intramuros Study Center as well. Now, the other aspect is in terms of conservation. We are now in discussion with the National Museum to ensure that we expand the existing regulations and archaeology to develop the necessary protocols for architectural diggings. If you visit Intramuros, if you're familiar with the district, we are very restrictive in terms of execution of development projects. So we want to ensure that before any development project is properly executed, we do not hit or any major aspect of significant archaeological discoveries or findings as well. And in terms of the conservation, we will adopt as well a conservation strategy to include preservation, maintenance, restoration, reconstruction, and adaptation to cover immediate setting and the site landscaping. And then we will also now be pursuing a new set of criteria and protocols to guide future reconstruction. And finally, an urban identity design guidelines for new development. If you look at Intramuros right now, you will see there are significant different presentations of architecture. So, with the adoption of an urban identity design guideline that is consistent with history and consistent with the CMP, we will able to lay down the basic premise of what the district should actually look like. We do not want a theme park for Intramuros. What we want basically is a representation of the of the heritage and culture of the district. The Filipinos' identity as well should be properly reflected. And finally, in the aspect of maintenance work, we are now preparing the integrated maintenance plans for the walls and the fortifications system of Intramuros. This will basically ensure the resiliency of the district as well. Now, all of these action plans and all of these policies, rules, and regulations that we are preparing are all based on the conservation management plan. And as I've said, this is the first time that Intramuros is actually doing having an NCMP, and this is the first time as well that we will now be consistent and implementing international best practices. So, what are the lessons learned in terms of the past several months that we've been preparing as well for the future direction of the district? The first one is basically that any urban heritage district should be understood in its proper context. With the CMP, we were able to identify the universal significance of Intramuros. And having knowledge of this universal significance, the drive now is to ensure that this be actually be conserved and protected to ensure that the next generation of Filipinos will still be able to enjoy Intramuros. And other significant learnings that we have seen so far is that heritage actually drives sustainable development and local local economic development as well. And significantly as well, based on the preparation of the conservation and management plan, we are now emphasizing that heritage actually contributes to resilience. And with all of this action plans and directions that we are now in the process of implementing, we will ensure as well that in the next generations will be able to see a reflection of Intramuros and the Filipinos' identity in terms of the value and significance of the district. So that ends my short presentation, and we hope that in the next few days we will be able to understand as well the context and other scholarly references in terms of the value and significance of Intramuros. We always say that Intramuros is a microcosm of Filipino society, and what we will be learning as well in the next 2 days will be a reflection of that as well. So thank you and good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Administrator, for that presentation. Now, we are very honored today to have with us a very special guest to give an inspirational opening remarks. I'd like to call on my colleague Jeffrey Yap to introduce our uh, next speaker for today. Jeffrey?
Thank you, Rancho, for hosting this event. Senator Richard Gordon, has been committed to serving the public his whole adult life. He started out with a clear vision of what the country should be and how Filipinos should define themselves. Armed with vision, values, and determination, and innate leadership ability, Senator Gordon started young in while a student at the UP College of Law, having been elected as the youngest delegate to the 1971 Constitutional Convention. Senator Gordon was elected as mayor of Olongapo City. Then he was named founding chairperson and administrator of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority and ran the Freeport that the U.S. Naval Base in Subic was converted into after the Americans left the base. Senator Gordon was also appointed as Secretary of the Department of Tourism. Then he reigned and won a seat in the Senate. As Tourism Secretary, Senator Gordon placed the Philippines on the world tourism map with his famous Wow Philippines program. He also authored major laws, including the Tourism Act and the creation of economic zones. Senator Gordon always makes time for his lifelong cause, the Philippine Red Cross. Under his leadership as the organization's chairperson and CEO, the Philippine Red Cross has become the foremost humanitarian organization in the country, which is always first, always ready, and always there. Senator Gordon's effectiveness as a leader and a mover of people has been recognized and heralded through the various awards he has received. 10 Outstanding Young Men, the Outstanding Filipino, the University of the Philippines' Most Outstanding Alumnus in Public Service, and 3 years later, its Most Distinguished Alumnus, the highest award that could be bestowed by the UP Law Alumni Association. More recently, Senator Gordon was also awarded the Philippine National Volunteer Service Coordinating Agency's Lifetime National Volunteer Achievement Award, the sole recipient of the award in 2015. Likewise, Senator Gordon's achievements in the decades that he has been active in the Philippine Red Cross has not escaped unnoticed, having been awarded the 3 highest awards from the Red Cross, namely the Aurora Aragon Quezon Medal, the Silver Humanitarian Service Cross Award, and the Gold Humanitarian Service Cross Award. Senator Gordon was also a recipient of the Japanese Red Cross Gold Humanitarian Award, and he also received recognition from various foreign media, such as Asia Week's 20 Great Asians of the Future and Asahi Shimbum's 50 Young Leaders of Asia. Finally, he is a lawyer by profession, but has also been at various times a broadcaster, a businessman, a lecturer, and an inspirational speaker. He graduated from the UP College of Law and holds a bachelor's degree in history and government from the Ateneo de Manila University. So now, ladies and gentlemen, may we all welcome Senator Richard Dick Gordon.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, for your very kind introduction. I'd like to greet Yulia Asido, who worked with me when I was in tourism and whom I've grown to admire through the years. Somebody who really works hard, has a vision, and has a purpose. One cannot move forward without having a vision. So I've always said it's better to know where you're going and not know how, than to know how you're going and not know where. I'd like to congratulate all the young scholars here present today for their growing interest in our history and particularly in the area of Intramuros. I would like to remind you that once upon a time in 1594, the Vatican declared Intramuros as the most distinguished and ever loyal city, baptized under the authorization of Spain and the Vatican in 1574. Of course, you all are aware that Intramuros was uh, projected and started in 1575 under the tutelage of the conquistador, Legazpi. And his name is emblazoned in Bicol, where they also had some form of a shipbuilding industry. And of course, in Intramuros, that is where he is interred. And I don't know if many people know that, but he is interred in San Agustin Church, which happens to be, as you know, the oldest church in the country, built by the Augustinians. Of course, you are all aware of the fact that there have been several expeditions made by the Catholic Church, and that's why we got the moniker of the Christian, and I dare say sometimes in name only. Sorry for the irony, but all I'm saying is that the Augustinians arrived here in 1565, and of course, you are all aware of the fact that they recorded a lot of history and created a lot of schools. Then San Agustin Church was finally finished in 1571, built by the Augustinians, and then they were followed by my teachers in the Ateneo. They were Spanish Jesuits. If you were aware of Padre Faura, they had the first, telescope and meteorological pursuits. People forget him. I was only reminded about that because I was reading some of my classmates and they didn't even know Padre Faura who he was. So if you don't know how to look back, as our saying goes, hindi ka makakarating sa iyong paroroonan. Jesuits arrived in 1581. Later on, they would put up the Ateneo, where a lot of our leaders, including Jose Rizal, was educated in Ateneo Municipal de Manila and Intramuros, and later on he would go to Dominican School of University of San Tomas in 1587. And then I'm just giving you a travel log of how I put up some. I don't know if Guillermo can attest to that. I put up some statues of the different orders that came in, and the wonderful churches that they built. I think the Church of San Ignacio is one of the best looking churches out there, where they have twin towers with bells. I understand it has been completed already. I wanted to complete that. And I think it was aided by Manny Pangilinan. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I also wanted to rebuild that, and I also wanted to bring back the Ateneo Municipal de Manila inside, because I wanted to really recreate, as they would say, the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome within Intramuros. Having said all that, Intramuros has played a very important role in our history. Of course, Intramuros, situated in Manila, became a very elegant city, although a very exclusivist city. It governed the whole country, and of course, you are all aware, I'm sure, that the contribution of Spain was not just the Catholic Church, but really connecting all the archipelago, the entire archipelago, at that time 7,107 islands, and putting administrative supervision in the islands. And we were governed by a handful of Spaniards who came in, and we have a lot to thank for that legacy. Of course, a lot of us, including myself at some point in our history, when you read about it, we are not happy with the way they tried Rizal. It's not the paragon of due process. He was tried in one day and executed. And if you go to Fort Santiago, where he lived, when I was Secretary of Tourism, I was immediately upset because it was in a disheveled state. And we had some bronze steps that we recreated. Jimmy Laya, former NEDA, did a lot of good work in Intramuros, preserving the treasures in the museum, and at the same time, creating some form of direction And certainly, when I was Secretary of Tourism, I followed suit also by putting up the lamps that were donated. I always believe that people are always part of the process of change. Kung di kasama kayo, wala rin tayong matatandaan. So if you go around Intramuros, you'll see a silver band of all the people who donated the lamps. And it doesn't sound like a big achievement, but we stopped an almost overprice of lamps ordered by the Intramuros administration. I'm not accusing anybody, but I was very unhappy with the prices. But every one of our friends contributed 25,000 for those lamps, including the maintenance, not just the building of the lamps, but the maintenance of the lamps. Of course, Intramuros has become, and I congratulate Gilier for it, as Asia's leading tourism attraction. And why not? After all, this is in 2020. Why not? After all, you cannot have tourism without history. Tayo lang sa mga ating mga kababayan ang mahilig magpunta sa ibang bansa pero hindi nagpupunta sa mga museo. Bihira. Meron na ngayon nagpupunta na. Marami-rami na rin siguro pero nung araw, ang ambisyon ay talagang parang pakita lang na nakapunta sila doon, nakapag around the world was what I used to hear when I was a little boy, and they would show pictures of them in the Eiffel Tower in the Vatican, but they won't really make an attempt to try and get in and learn the history of the world. And that's one of the reasons why I took up history in government. I loved history, and that has helped me in good stead when I became a lawyer, or even when I was working for, before I became a lawyer in Procter & Gamble as a brand man. So history really helps us, improves our perspective. We learn what other people did in the past, and we learn how to improve it, and we learn to fine-tune our history. And that is why I can tell you that when I was Secretary of Tourism, I wanted to make, and I did make it, because we had very little money. We called it History Town Philippines. We didn't have too much money given to us. In fact, when I became Secretary of Tourism, a lot of my friends who knew me from Subic when I went to Hong Kong were congratulating the Philippines for having appointed us. And they said, now things are going to move. And I said, how much is your budget? And I said, $800,000. And they said, is that for Hong Kong alone? I said, no, that's for the entire world. So makita ninyo talagang very niggard tayo. Ang tourism natin, ang tingin natin, dumarating yung tourist sa ating bansa. Ang tourism natin nagsisimula sa ating sariling mga Pilipino na dapat hindi tayo maging dayuhan sa ating sariling bansa. Hindi natin alam ang kasaysayan. Ang alam lang natin ay mga beaches at kulang tayo sa kasaysayan. And every place, every person has a history. And Intramuros is not an exception to that. Intramuros, the word means within the walls. Ano ang dating sa inyo yan? Ako, ang dating sa akin yan maganda ang ginawa ng mga Kastila. It was heralded as one of the best planned cities. At that time, it was the city of Manila per se. At ang tingin natin ang ganda, pero ano ba ang signification yan? Natandaan nyo, ang parian na andyan ng araw, yung parian, yung mga Chinese community natin, sila ang gumagawa ng mga damit, ng mga pare, mga administrators, mga sundalo, sila rin ang nagtitinda ng kung ano-ano, at nagbibigay sila ng yung mga botones, yung mga pananahi, at mga traders sila. And yet, nung dumating si Limahong in 1594, if I'm not mistaken, ang nangyari, I could be mistaken on that date, but certainly natakot na yung mga Kastila na baka invade din sila palagi. At nakita rin yun na nilipat ngayon in 1574 yung Limahong invasion. Bigla na lang nilipat yung mga Kastila doon sa ngayon na tinatawag natin Binondo. And by the way, Binondo is one of the priciest, one of the most expensive places to live because many traditional Chinese, Filipinos chose to live there. Kaya mahal ang lupa doon. At marami rin kwento doon na hindi natin nakikita kung saan nilinis ang katawan ni Rizal. At pinuntahan ko yan doon sa Binondo at makikita niya lumang-luma yung building. Pero as usual, hindi napapansin ng ating mga kinaukulan at dapat mga bata ang siyang makadiskrube niyan para mapilit natin at mag-advocate tayo na lalabas yung kasaysayan ng ating bayan. Mabuti lang yung Paco Cemetery kung saan tinapon si Rizal, parang pauper, tinapon siya doon at hinanap siya, doon nakita yung kanyang bangkay at dinala siya doon sa Binondo. Pero makikita ninyo rin na nung ating panahon ay ginawa natin history town yan at ginawa rin natin para makita ang iba't ibang mga lugar natin at may agenda kami ng araw. Bawat region paparoon doon sa Intramuros, papakita ang history nila, ipapakita yung kanilang mga pagkain, yung kanilang mga damit, yung abel ng Iloilo, limbawa ng Ilocos, at yung mga damit ng mga Bugobo, mga Manobo, na talagang natututukan natin ang ating bansa. How can you claim to be a Filipino if you don't know yourself kung sino-sino yung mga tao dito at ano ang mga pinanggalingan nila? So, ang strategy namin ng araw, make Intramuros a history town, pero also, wala tayong strategy sa tourism ng araw at dahil napakahaba ng pangalan para malaman nyo, ito mga adlibs na ginagawa ko, Wow Philippines was undertaken. By the way, are there foreigners in the crowd, in the audience? I will speak in English if because I tend to speak in Tagalog in our country, in our language. May I know from the host, are there
Yes,
foreigners?
sir. Yes, sir. We have a lot of guests from other countries.
All right. In that case, I will speak in English, and so that we can accommodate. We're very so that when the foreign personalities arrive here, they're not treated as aliens, but they're always welcome, and that's why. Again, if you look at the Lapu-Lapu Monument, going back to our history, we put up the Lapu-Lapu Monument. Raja Sulaiman is in Rojas Boulevard, but I put up the Lapu-Lapu Monument, and I got that as a gift from the Korean people who gave it to us because I told them without the heart, the freedom-loving mind of Lapu-Lapu, the troops that went to Korea, we were one of the first Asian countries. I think we were the third country after the U.S. and Great Britain to send our contingent of troops to fight for freedom. So again, history plays a role. And in the case of that was built, para makita nyo, again, tingnan nyo yung ating national anthem, sa manlulupig, di ka pa sisiil. Sila pula po yan. Nakikita nyo na ang kanyang kampilan ay nakabaon sa lupa, hindi siya mabalasik at hindi siya mamamatay tao. Yun ang ginawa ng mga aswita ng araw, yung mga pare ng araw, sabi, pinatay ni Lapu-Lapu si Magellan. No, he's a freedom fighter. Right? So, nilagay natin dyan, sa manlulupig di ka pasisiil, sa Kapampangan, kababagot, huwag kang bubulat kundi lalabanan kita. At ganoon naman dito sa Rizal naman, sa monumento, sa manlulupig di ka pasisiil, ang mamatay ng dahil sa iyo. At yun ang ating lupang hinirang, di ba? At hindi lang hindi guerrero si Rizal, although nagpe-fencing siya, pero siya he also learned several languages, wrote so many books, and was well known and could hold his own in Spain. In fact, he felt more free in Spain and in Europe than in his own native country. So going back to Intramuros, this is all a connection to Intramuros in making it history town. So we created what we call also not just the sites, like for example, Wow Philippines. Mahaba yung pangalan ng Pilipinas, pinangalan natin na Wow, dahil masaya. Wow is an exclamation of wonder, of satisfaction. And so the long name of the Philippines had to go with a shorter slogan, and we made it Wow Philippines. But it wasn't because of that alone, you see. Analytical capability must be included there. It became wow, warm over winter. For example, you're cold in New York and in Europe, and if you see the poster of the Philippines in Boracay, in Palawan, and many other places, you could be warm over winter, W-O-W. And then you can be wild over water in the Mambuaya River in Cagayan de Oro. That's the president of the Philippines with me there, negotiating the Mambuaya River, raging waters, if you will. And then you can go again to wacko over wildlife. Our our bird is the biggest in the whole world. I'm sorry to try and make a pun, but the Philippine eagle is the biggest, and it's found in Davao, and we have managed to continue its existence by making it our effort to protect. So, yeah, and then you have the tarsiers, and so you go wacko over wildlife, and we have you can go even further with World of Wonders, with our unknown to you. Vietnam also has right terraces, but ours I think is the best. And then for Intramuros, I said walk our walls, not only in Intramuros but in Fort San Pedro in Spain, in Cebu, but also in Fort Pilar, Nuestra Senora del Pilar, and in Zamboanga, and many places. So when you go there, you can also say, watch our whales, which when you go down to Sorsogon or to some places in Cebu, if you slow down a bit so I can catch up with you, uh, watch our whales. And that is the biggest animal in the kingdom of under the sea, and very, very domesticated, not domesticated, but very tranquil, and it just eats plankton. And if you move forward, you see all these wow Philippines goes back to the roots of our country, where our wares. Remember I was telling you about Abel, our barong, and remember the barong. I don't have any historical evidence to this point, but they say we created the barong. The Spanish urged us to create the barong because when we go near them, they will see whether we have a punyal or tatawag nating cuchillo. If you go to Madrid, they have a place there called the Cuchilleros place where people were assassinated by somebody who wielded the knife, and I suppose they learned their lesson there, and they put the barong for formal wear because they could be vulnerable, and they put that idea that they can see right away if somebody was wearing a firearm or a knife. And if you go on further, again, I'm exaggerating these wonderful original waterways, the St. Paul Subterranean River. I was asked by Guillermo to go through with this so that you will know the history of WOW. Now, going back to, you can even say World of Warriors, Lapu-Lapu, Diego Silang, Gabriela Silang, and of course you can go to World of Warblers, Lalea Salonga, and many other Filipinos who have sung in the world stage in Broadway and in other places. So, yan, meron kayo. You can even make your own wow, di ba? And I can think of several already, and we did that. So when you say we want to go to Sorsogon, you say, watch our whales. Wow, Sorsogon. And you want to go warm over winter, you can go to Palawan, you can go to all other places where you can connect. So again, I'm just trying to show you the significance of knowing your country, its history, so that we can actually promote our country even more and have a good account of ourselves. Now, when you go back to Intramuros, many of our leaders at the time studied at Ateneo Municipal de Manila. Rizal did that. And then, of course, many, ironically, when Rizal was on his way to his execution from Fort Santiago to go to what was then known as Bagumbayan, and I'll tell you about that in a little bit. You can see that on his way there, he was accompanied by Jesuit priests, and was very, very proud of his achievements, but at the same time, escorted him not to see him die, but to, of course, advise him and make him feel a little better. And of course, when they executed Rizal, his blood pressure and his pulse rate was quite normal. So you can see the character of Rizal. And when you start talking about, like I said, the Raja Suleiman, his palisades were attacked, if I'm not mistaken, by Legazpi or by Salcedo or one of his captains. And Suleiman was waiting for his support from Pampanga. I don't remember the name right now, and they never showed. So he was thrown out practically from his palisade in what is now Fort Santiago, what became the pier for Spanish galleons. and he was sent out to Bagumbayan. He called it Bagumbayan, the new country. And from then on, Filipinos would go, but I think they would be sent out at night, or they could only stay entresuelo on the ground floor of the houses in Intramuros. So what is my point now? Intramuros within the walls, they say. The other side of looking at Intramuros, from my point of view, is that the Spanish colonization, while it helped educate our country, brought religion, but at the same time, they were a very insecure lot. In other words, they were not the best underwriters of Spain who were sent here, including the priests, of course. But many of them were quite good as well. What I see in it, and I'll share this with you, is that when they built Intramuros, it was to defend themselves from attack. But also, in a way, I think they were trying to manage our minds. They were putting walls in our mind. They were stifling our ambition to be free. So, lahat tayo mga Pilipino, we were all staying outside of Intramuros and in our nipa huts, and we marveled at their, stone buildings and their churches, etc. So, we started developing a concept that other countries are better than us, that other civilizations are better than us, and ambition, or what I call the ambition. And I always put that as part of my armor when I lead any organization. I tell them to aim high, because there is that term, Spanish term, ambicioso, sinvergüenza, walang hiya. I exaggerate a bit here to let you know. Now, huwag ka mag-ambisyon, because you'll always be what Rizal referred to our countrymen as slaves. Sabi niya nga, no tyrants without slaves. No? And that when he dies, he will go to a place where there are no more slaves. And that's why it's so important, again, to read through our heroes who died for us, who died for their beliefs. I don't think they were dying simply for our country, because I think the concept of country, Rizal was the first Filipino, and insofar as thinking of an independent mind and express himself by the written word, noli and fili, which really scared the Bijabbers out of the conquistadores and the frailes, but really more of the frailes. So, to the end, you can see that there is a connection when Raja Silvan was left out. And where was Rizal executed? Not in Intramuros. They executed them in Bagumbayan, the new country. So the new country, the Philippines, from our nationalistic point of view, must remember that many of our revolutionaries were executed in Bagumbayan at the Luneta. And what is now the Luneta. Sometimes I joke around and they call it the Luneta, where they can watch the little moon, I suppose, Luna. But it also meant that there were a lot of lunatics in some of our leaders, and they remain active practicing lunatics because they don't have a vision for our country, and they do not draw out the values of our leaders, the bravery of Lapu-Lapu in our song, in our, matigas, we stand their ground when somebody comes in and stamps their feet on us, as we did with the Japanese later on, a different Japanese country at the time. And also with Rizal, I will learn, I'll be an ophthalmologist, I can speak your language, and I can debate in philosophy with the rest of the best of the world. And, you cannot really stop the growth, but you can, only hope that people who are exposed to growth will learn that there is a growing, like we learn how to become, artificial intelligence oriented. And a lot of our countrymen are doing that right now. In Rizal's time, the internet became the opening of the Suez Canal, which allowed more ships to come in and shorten the time between Spain and the Philippines. Having said that, when I became Secretary of Tourism, I said I had 4 Ps. Hindi yung tiga-abot, hindi yung padron. Again, colonial hangover, I call it, is the padron system. Where up to now, pag bigay ng pera, Pag may election, bigyan ng pera. Pag may disaster, bigyan ng pera. But not really build up the character of our people. That's why if you see me when I go, as I did last week, to Albay or to Camarines Sur, I never hand out anything to the people. I just have our volunteers bring the material that we're going to give them by way of everything from blankets, mosquito nets for the families, and hygiene kits. They're all in bags and tarpaulins and GI sheets. I never hand out anything because I have always said the hand that receives is lower than the hand that gives, which is a form of intramuros. I'm mandating your mind to think that you're kawawa, you're a timawa, and let you forget what kind of a country you have. You know, I've always told young people like you that you must define yourself, that you must unlock the minds. Like you're the man in the iron mask, you must unlock the mind and see the world and learn it. And you just don't see it, you analyze it. And you find out what does this mean to our country's development. And that's the question that I will always ask. So when I became tourism, I was also a teaching secretary of tourism. That's why we put up Intramuros. We called it History Town. We even did the light and sound show that heralded our Intramuros. Some people didn't like it, but remember, never be afraid of what other people think of you. You are the one who defines yourself. You are the one that must make a decision on what kind of a person you want to be and what kind of a message you want to be. And there will always be people who will mock you and put you down. Never, never follow what these people, and you can discern whether what they're saying is true because you can always research on your positions. Another point that I made in creating that light and sound show was eventually I wanted to see also the expansion for our citizens, for our children, that when they go there, they will see the light and sound show, Rizal and Bagumbayan, the significance of Bagumbayan from Raja Suliman. I coined and I can still remember what I said there, Bagumbayan, the new country. You know, I would mention Raja Suliman and I would mention Rizal. And I would say Rizal had a dream. Rizal never saw it, but he meant to build it. And if it is to be, and listen to me well, it must be up to us. So we have not seen our Bagumbayan so far as I'm concerned, because we have remained in a time lock, in a warped mind that cannot seem to get beyond the padron, cannot seem to go beyond accepting that education is the key to success and that opening the mind will allow us more freedom. And so we do that. And so in all my advocacies, that's always important to me. We have become what I call the hired man, a man who cannot look back at the past with pride, and a country that look back that forward with to the future with hope. That's Robert Frost. And at the same time, you know, we became a nation of prayer and of song. So the next time you go, try to go to the light and sound. You may disagree with me, but I remember when we helped the Spanish fight the Dutch in the Battle of Lanaval de Manila, or for that matter, the British when they invaded us in 752 to 54, and they occupied us. We became, as I said, a nation of prayer and of song. Hindi nakakalimutan natin at sinasabi palagi sa atin, natin nakakalimutan, nasa Diyos ang awa, nasa tao ang gawa. Yun ang tao ang gawa ang nakakalimutan natin. At nagkaroon tayo ng kundiman. Maaari niyo sabihin, inimbento ko. Palagi tayo nananagoy pagka kumakanta, sawi sa pag-ibig, sawi sa kinabukasan. So, kundi ko man makuha, dadaanin ko na lang sa dasal at pagkanta. Nananagoy palagi. So, I put that in Intramuros. And then, you know, the underlying thing of our tourism was for peace. Protect, not the handout. Protect, you know, protect our natural endowments, protect our environment, protect our historical and cultural, advantages, and then preserve them. Protect and preserve. The police put that there, protect and preserve in their cars. I don't really think they philosophize on it. But I always philosophize. We have to protect our environment, preserve our natural and historical, endowments, and then promote it to our country. First, that's why domestic tourism boomed in my time. Today, they have, I think, more than 80 million tourists from the domestic population learning to visit because we put up all these things in Intramuros, and they learn. Maganda pala, they learn that some of the best churches are in Bohol, all these churches, Baclayon, and all that, and they learn yung churches in Iloilo. I forget the name. I think Mig something. I'll get that back in a little while. Beautiful church, and many others that went there that has become historical sites. So we learn to promote that. And by the way, when you do that, you achieve real tourism, which you profit from the cultural, natural, and historical, and as well as the man-made accoutrements that we have built. If you watch Braveheart, William Wallace Revolution against Scotland, he fought with them, and it's always about the British taking over the minds of the Spaniards, of the Scots, by providing them with land and resources so that they won't fight. I remember the Miao Gao Church in Iloilo, which I think is one of the best churches. But going back to Braveheart and William Wallace, he became so famous because they quartered him in London, and there's a place there in London which became attracted tourism in hordes. They wanted to see where William Wallace was executed and quartered in this little corner, and they had a rotonda in London where a lot of tourists visit. And then that goes back again to the history of Scotland. And this is the William Wallace Memorial that is in by the outer wall of St. Bartholomew Hospital in Smithfield. So you can see the role of history in terms of getting a better mindset and getting a future through livelihood. So basically, those are some of the things that I wanted to share with you. My dream has not stopped. That's why I created Casa, and I'm glad and congratulate Guillier and all our compatriots there. But before I go there, let me just remind you that another perhaps vignette in history, tourism that Intramuros was founded and broken down by the Americans because the Japanese refused. Because many of the Japanese sailors, I believe, were from the battleship Musashi. This is one of two of the biggest battleships in the world. The other one was the Yamato, and they were sunk by 19 torpedoes in Sibuyan Sea in their attempt to try and go to the landings of MacArthur. They were coming in from several sides, from Surigao, from Sibuyan, from Manila, and they were coming from the Philippine Sea. And that is where they had the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, where Halsey left the invasion fleet, putting MacArthur in grave danger. And fortunately enough, some intrepid American sailors were able to spot the oncoming Japanese coming in from within the Philippines. Halsey attacked those coming from without the Philippines. So having said that, a lot of people died. There was a 3,000-man vessel. About 1,376 were survivors. And they failed to say, let me die for the emperor. Every soldier in Japan wanted to die for the emperor. In fact, General Yamashita wanted to do a strategic retreat to preserve Intramuros and to preserve Manila as it was declared when Manila was declared an open city. Unfortunately, all the sailors, I suppose, wanted to die for the emperor, and their Rear Admiral Iwabuchi of the Japanese Navy, who was placed in charge of Intramuros, decided to die fighting for the emperor all the way there. Did not follow Yamashita all the way up to where he finally surrendered in the north. So I guess that's where I'd like to end here. The dream is to create Intramuros, and I'm glad that we're on our way there. We created Maestranza. Little story before I end. I remember I was looking for a way to move the informal settlers there and recreate Maestrasa, where all the decks, the ships plowing the Manila galleon trip was located. And I couldn't get any money, so one day I invited the ambassador, and we had a little light and sound show also in showing Rizal and showing the torture of many Filipinos in Fort Santiago. And there was a picture of a Japanese soldier about to bayonet a Filipino, and very, very drastic event. The ambassador complains, "Hey, Mr. Secretary, the war is over and we have made reparations." I said, "No, the war is not over for Intramuros because we have not rebuilt it." And I said, you can help me we can change all that by saying that we're going to rebuild the Maestrasa. And a few months later, when he was about to leave, he gave us $5 million that was supposed to go to another place, and we were able to get that for Maestranza. And having said that, it's almost finished. Can you imagine? That was I left tourism in 2004, and they've not yet finished Maestranza. Although I'm told by Gilier they're about to finish it. Make a long story short, the dream is to make what Gilier wants, the Intramuros Conservation and Management Plan, which will try to restore, try to expand on what Intramuros is all about. And unfortunately, 3 weeks ago, the Secretary of Finance refused to give or to downplay the incentives given, so we will have to do it in a way that we can afford it without giving so many incentives. There's a fallacy. You cannot have people, you have to incentivize people even for history to make sure that it happens. So my dream is that we can restore Intramuros and that we can have loads and loads of Filipino students to go there every day, not just foreign tourists. And so we can really destroy the myth that there are walls in our mind, hanggang entreswelo lang tayo, lahat tayong pangarap, hindi natin maabot, we cannot reach beyond our grasp. And once we build that, I hope it will help remove the walls or the chains in our mind. I wish you a good day and a very pleasant and very fruitful conference. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Gilier. God bless the Philippines.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for accepting our invitation for today.
Thank you, Senator, for that very inspirational message. It is indeed a great honor to have you today.
It was kind of extended because I get to go on and on because that's history. It's a long, 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 never-ending story. So pardon me if I had made you all uncomfortable for the last, what was it, 45 minutes or half an hour, 30 minutes? Anyway, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we're now moving on to the second part of our day one. So we're going to have 2 sets of speakers for the next 2 days. And to present the papers, we have the young scholars. And for the young scholars, we have 7 corresponding to 7 papers. And to give commentaries, we will have a panel composed of emerging professionals and experts. Likewise, there's also 7 of them. For the panel, we're going to have the following persons. So I'm going to share my screen. So we have Elgin Salomon. So Elgin is a researcher with specialization on Philippine studies, social history, post-colonial studies, and subaltern theory. He has published and presented papers locally and internationally on various subjects ranging from colonial urban planning to subaltern resistance, and is presently an instructor of history at UP Visayas. He has a BA in history and sociology from the same university and is presently finishing his MA in Philippine Studies at UP Diliman. We're also going to have Glenn Orbon. Glenn is an architect and a researcher. He has a bachelor's and a master's degree in architecture from UP Diliman and has published and presented papers locally and internationally on architectural research and urban design. He was a former university research associate at the UP Diliman College of Architecture and was formerly the managing editor of both Mohon and Espacio journals. We have Claudia Montero. Claudia is currently a PhD student at the Department of History at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. In 2018, she was a junior fellow for the Global Humanities Campus at the Freie Universität Berlin in Germany and is an active member of the International Council on Monuments and Sites. She's a licensed architect and a conservator of historic buildings with applied experience in research, documentation, and condition survey assessment. Additionally, she has worked as a project architect for the National Museum previously. We have Gabriel Caballero. He is a landscape architect and an independent World Heritage specialist. He has an MA in World Heritage Studies from Brandenburg University of Technology in Cottbus-Steffenberg, Germany, and a Bachelor in Landscape Architecture from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. In 2017, the PALA gave recognition to Gabriel as a recipient of the Gantimpala Vanguard Award for his contributions in the protection of natural and cultural heritage areas. Then, we have Rona Ripangkol. Rona is a researcher. She is currently an instructor at UST and is at present also involved at the university for community development. She has written extensively on volcanic tuff or adobe stones and is author of Natural Stone and World Heritage Sites, Philippines. Rona has an MA in Cultural Heritage Studies from UST. Then, lastly, for our panel, we're going to have Bernardo Arellano III. Bernardo, or as we like to call him, Bernie Mac, finished his bachelor's degree in history from UP Iloilo and his Master of Science in Geography from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He is currently teaching at the College of Arts and Sciences at UP Los Baños. And his research interests include local histories, sense of place, and placemaking, as well as cultural heritage sites. Then moving on to our young scholars. So we're going to have 7 papers for the next 2 days, and with them 7 presenters. Oh, sorry, we have another panelist. Sorry, Voltaire. Voltaire is an economic journalist for the Manila Times, where he also covered trade, industry, tourism, and investment. He's also at present a member of the Board of Trustees at the Heritage Conservation Society. He has a Master's in Asian Studies from Chulalongkorn University in Thailand and a Master's in Korean Studies at Seoul National University. And of course, finally, our papers for today. So for paper 1, the title is Spanish Colonial City Planning in the Philippines, a case study on the effects of the loss of the Indies in urban formation of Intramuros, Manila. So for paper 1, we're going to have Elgin and Glenn as panelists. And about the author, so Ariel is a licensed architect and researcher. He has a master's in engineering and urban planning and design from Toyohashi University, as well as a BS in architecture from UST. So his paper that he's going to present today was his master's thesis from Toyohashi University in Japan. Then paper 2, this will be later this afternoon. This is a paper from Luigie, Lursh Almojano. So this is his thesis from Università degli Studi di Udine from Italy. So his paper is Reinterpreting Dissonant Heritage, Resisting Subalternity, and Reconstructing Post-colonial Studies, Post-colonial Heritage Adjustments of Spanish Colonial Heritage in Intramuros. So to review his paper, we're going to have Claudia and Elgin. So Luigi is a researcher, and he has an MA in Euroculture as an Erasmus Mundus Scholar from the Università degli Studi di Udine and from the University of Strasbourg. His BA in Anthropology, magna cum laude, was earned from UP Diliman in 2016. Then, also this afternoon, a paper from Kinah Baguan from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. The title of her thesis is Kritikal na Pagsusuri sa Casa, Manila at Museo de Intramuros bilang Imahe ng Intramuros. So this is paper special because this one is entirely written in Filipino. So Kinah earned her BA in Art Studies cum laude from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. And as a student at the university, she was an intern at UP Vargas Museum and was at one point also a volunteer at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Then for tomorrow morning, we have a paper from Colegio de San Juan de Letran, Seismic Vulnerability Assessment of San Agustin Church in Intramuros, Manila, using fragility curves. So this was authored by R.R. Hambalos, Cali Santos, and Rojan Trillaana, and to be presented by R.R. So under him, so this paper is going to be reviewed by Gabriel Caballero and Rona Ripangcol. R.R. earned his BS in Civil Engineering from the Colegio de San Juan de Letran, and while a student at Letran, he was an intern at DPWH under the Construction Division. Then also for tomorrow, we have a paper from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. So, Lamuni, Creative Hub, Enhancing Workplace for Future Workforce through Generation Z Suitable Architecture. This is by Praise Diokno, and our panelists for this session will be Gabriel Caballero and Rona Ripangcol. Praise earned her BS in Architecture from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and she was formerly an intern here at the Intramuros administration under the Urban Planning and Community Development Division. And for tomorrow afternoon, we have two papers from the Lyceum of the Philippines University. So we have a paper to be presented by Ian Keith Robles, Creating Experiences Within Walls of Intramuros, an assessment of the tourism and transportation in Intramuros, written by Ian, Lord Turiano, Gabriel Timblaco, Walter Morales, John Mark Palatao, and Jocelyn Kamali. So Ian earned his BS in International Hospitality and Management, major in cruise line operation and hotel services from the Lyceum. As a student at LPU, he was a member in many school organizations, including the Environmental Society Organization, among others. And then finally, for tomorrow, within Intramuros, a perceived safety and security of tourists in Intramuros, Manila. Written by Lalaine Macaraeg Prat, Joy de la Cruz, Kathleen Gamboa, Juan Kienza, Alexandra Tapon, and Jocelyn Kamali. So to be presented by Lalaine and to be reviewed by Bernardo Arellano and Voltaire Palanya. So Lalaine earned her BS in International Hospitality Management from the Lyceum, and she was, as a student, a consistent Dean's Lister. Now, every one of our scholars graduated this year, 2020. So either they graduated Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science this year, or their Masters this year. So everyone is truly a young scholars for this truly young scholars event. Now, without further ado, we're going to start with our presentation one. Presentation one with Ariel Panadero from the Toyohashi University.
Hi, good day everyone. My name is Ariel Panadero from the Urban Planning and Design Laboratory of Toyohashi University of Technology. Before I start the presentation, I'd like to thank the Intramuros administration and everyone involved in this conference for this opportunity to present my master thesis. With the conference's theme, A Heritage of Resilience, and the city's almost half a millennium history, I think it's quite fitting that we first go back to the very beginning and look at how the urban fabric of Intramuros was formed. So today, I'd like to present my master's thesis entitled Spanish Colonial City Planning in the Philippines, a case study on the effects of the loss of the Indies in the urban formation of Intramuros. So here is the outline of today's presentation. So first, I'd like to briefly discuss some information theories, then my research directives and scope of the study, as well as my research methodology. And then the main body of my thesis, the analysis of the loss of the Indies and the urban formation of Intramuros, as well as the conclusion.
Sorry for the technical difficulty while we sort this. Ariel, are you there? Yeah. Ariel, there was
Hi,
a
yes.
problem playing their video. Is it okay that we do it? Are you comfortable?
Yes, can you just share the can you just share the PowerPoint presentation na lang, if it's okay
Right.
with you?
Sige.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that, everyone. There was a pre-recorded video because we are unsure of the internet of the speaker, but there was a technical problem with the video, so now we're going to present it live. So, right? Ariel, are you ready?
I was saying earlier that I think it's quite fitting that we first go back to the very beginning of the creation of Intramuros. No? So here I would like to discuss the outline of my presentation. Yes, can you
Ariel, ready when you are.
Okay, yeah. So, anyways, I was saying earlier, like I think it's quite fitting that we first go back to the very beginning, like on how Intramuros was formed during the early days. So, first, I'd like to throw this question out there: how are cities formed in the past? Was it because of a nearby food source, or maybe a religious congregation that formed around a temple, or maybe it was a former military camp that was converted into a town? So, next slide, please. So according to Spiro Kostov, there are only two types of cities. If you look at the urban form in its most basic and most fundamental aspects, it's either the planned city or the spontaneous city. So planned city meaning that someone intended for the city to be made and created the general plan for the people to follow. While spontaneous cities grew organically according to the needs and demands of its population. Now, several historians argue that which came first? Like, did the presence of the urban form create a need for the city, or did the necessity for the city created this urban form? So basically, it's the which came first, like the chicken or the egg. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, according to Kevin Lynch's normative city form, cities can be planned in a cosmic manner, a practical manner, or an organic manner. So cosmic cities referring to cities like in India where cities were planned according to the Hindu mandala, or Chinese cities were planned according to feng shui beliefs.
While practical cities, practical cities were planned prioritizing efficiency and practicality rather than form. So this can be seen in military-influenced cities where they prioritize movement of soldiers and supplies rather than following any spiritual order or anything. And lastly, the organic city, in the name itself, it grew naturally to the demands and the needs of the people. Next slide, please. There now, if we look at the Spanish colonial towns, sorry, can you go back? Yeah, now, so if we look at Spanish colonial towns in Latin America and here in the Philippines that were planned under the laws of the Indies, we can assume that these towns were planned practically and were treated as machines by the royal crown to generate income and natural resources, among others. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, so the question is, what is the loss of the Indies? Sorry for those. Sorry for the loss of the Indies slide. The previous one, please. Yeah, so basically, the Laws of the Indies is a compilation of laws and regulations that was created by the Spanish crown during the 16th century to the 18th century to strengthen their control of colonies outside Europe. So it contains ordinances that aims to govern economic, political, social, and physical aspects of their colonies. So basically, its aim is to create an organized system that will help the Spanish in controlling numerous cities and settlements all across the globe. So according to John W. Reps, this compilation of laws and regulations governed and affected the founding of hundreds of towns and cities for over 250 years, in which he called a phenomenon unique in modern history. Next slide, please. Yeah, so basically, these laws affected, as I stated, more than 100 cities all across the globe. So from cities like Santo Domingo and Dominican Republic, in Puerto Rico, Veracruz and Campeche in Mexico, Panama City, Cuba, Cartagena in Colombia, Trujillo and Lima in Peru, and as well as Intramuros in the Philippines. Well, there are similarities when it comes to the urban form of Spanish colonial towns. We can still see noticeable differences in its urban form, so like the uniformity of blocks, the sizes and orientation of streets, and as well as the actual size of each town. So my research question is, next slide please. So if the laws of the Indies aim to regulate the urban form of their colonies, what were the factors that affected these changes and differences among these colonial towns? In this case, specifically in Intramuros. So with that in mind, the research objectives are to identify other factors that may have had an impact on the physical urban development of colonial Manila, and as well as to understand and visualize the effects of the loss of the Indies in the urban formation of Intramuros. Well, my scope of the studies are, the study will only focus on the urban formation of Intramuros during the Spanish occupation of Manila, so only from 1571 to 1898. And as well as the study will not include neighboring districts of the walled city, so basically just the Intramuros itself. It will not include studies like Binondo or the Parian district. Well, in terms of data collection, so basically I will only be looking at maps from 1571 to 1898 as well. So historical maps were collected from the online repository of the Archivo General de Indias in Civil Spain, and as well as other online archives and repositories. For my methodology, next slide please, yeah. So in order to understand the logic behind the loss of the Indies and its implication in the urban development of Intramuros, I approached this study into three perspectives. So historical approach, city formation approach, and tropical design approach. Can you please next play the animation? Thank you. So historical approach, I aim to define the urban morphology of Intramuros by analyzing historical maps of the city, as well as get an understanding on the urban formation of early Spanish colonies in Latin America as well. I also compared it with other major colonial towns in Southeast Asia, like Melaka, Georgetown, and Jakarta. While city formation approach, like I discussed earlier, the normative city form of Kevin Lynch and Spiro Kostov, as well as the Vitruvian city planning theories, which I will discuss a bit in a while. And lastly, the tropical design approach. Next slide, please. So the structure of the laws of the Indies, so basically it contains a total of 148 ordinances, which I subdivided into 4 categories. So first, the political structure and control and governance, which had 73 ordinances. Exploration, discovery, and interaction with natives, so it has 26 ordinances. And cultural, religious, and religious undertakings, which had 14 ordinances. And urban planning guidelines, which had 15 ordinances. So basically, the first 73 ordinances includes ordinances that dictates the chain of command within the royal crown. And exploration, discovery, and interaction with natives includes ordinances that dictates like the number of crews per ship, or what to do when encountering pirates, and how should the Spaniards interact with the natives, and how should they integrate with the new settlements. Well, cultural and religious undertakings are ordinances that were mostly geared towards religious practice in the colonies, and how will the friars convert the native into Catholics? Well, the urban planning guidelines are basically the implementing rules and regulation of the laws of the Indies, which dictated the physical form the settlements should strive to achieve. So basically, this paper will focus on these 35 urban planning guidelines. So these planning guidelines can be further subdivided into 3 categories. So site selection, legal provisions, and physical planning guidelines. Next slide, please. So it is important to note that the laws of the Indies is a compilation of laws and regulations, meaning these ordinances were not created all at the same time. So if you can see the timeline over here, the first permanent settlement in the New World, or in Latin America, was founded in 1493 in Isabela, Spain, Isabela and Hispaniola, in the island of Hispaniola. So, but due to the lack of planning and foresight of the Spaniards, it was abandoned quite immediately. So the first official city that was planned was in Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. Can you play the animation? Yeah, they're in 1496. Now, if you can see, the laws of the Indies was promulgated in 1573. So basically, between 1496 and 1573, there are numerous major Spanish colonial towns already found. So like Buenos Aires in Argentina, Lima, Peru, and Valdivia in Chile. So basically, meaning these laws and regulations, these ordinances implemented by the Spaniards evolved alongside the urban form of the colonies themselves. Next slide, please. So the 148 ordinances were chronologically arranged. So meaning ordinance number 1 was the first one to be promulgated, while ordinance 148 was the last one. So in this table, we can see the color coded ordinances. So red meaning political structure, blue meaning exploration, and yellow cultural religious undertakings, and green meaning urban planning guidelines. So as we can see in the table, majority of the urban planning guidelines were only developed on the latter part of the Latin American colonization. So meaning that earlier laws focused more on exploration and socio-political aspects rather than having a planned and organized urban fabric. Next slide, please. Now, what is the relation of the laws of the Indies in the 10 books of architecture? So first, what is the 10 books of architecture? So this is a book written by famous Roman architect and planner Marcus Vitruvius Polio during the ancient Roman period that gave guidelines for a wide range of topics, including architecture, urban planning, civil engineering, among others. So this was used during ancient Roman period. So this gave so basically, the point is that a lot of ordinances from the laws of the Indies were directly lifted from the 10 books on architecture. So, as Stanislawski phrased it, the experience and knowledge necessary for successful town planning that were lacking with the Spaniards. So, instead of showing improvisation, the Spaniards adopted these early Roman and Greek practices and followed them almost to the T. So, for example, next slide, please. For example, the plaza and the Roman Forum have the same dimensions: the location, the orientation, and how it should be the center of the town. So they're all very similar, as well as the suggested size, which is the width of the forum of the plaza should be 2/3 its length. Another similar thing is the street orientation, where the streets were oriented in a way that it does not receive the full blast of, according to Vitruvius, violent winds from the country. This is because the Romans prefer the winds not to go directly along the length of their streets, as they believe it may carry dangerous winds. Dangerous winds. Next slide, please. Another main factor that's also similar with the 10 books on architecture as well as the laws of the Indies are the location of important buildings. So we are aware that in Latin American Spanish colonial planning, the plaza is surrounded by all important buildings: the church, the cabildo house, the governor's residence. So they should, in a way, they should be located in such a manner that in times of needs, that one may aid the other. So this ordinance was also lifted directly from the 10 books on architecture. So these are just some examples of the ordinances that were directly lifted. So in a way, we could say that the compilation of the laws of the Indies showed almost complete dependence to the Spanish crown to the Greek and Roman planning principles. So obvious interpretations and derivations from the Vitruvian books implied the heavy reliance of the Spaniards from the Greeks and Romans during the onset of the conquest of Latin America. Next slide, please. So now let's look at the urban evolution of Intramuros. So during the pre-Spanish, according to historians, formal urban planning was a foreign concept to the natives. So basically, the location of settlements were solely based on the occupation of the population. So if you're a fisherman, you settle near the sea, and if you're a rice farmer, you settle near the mountains. Next slide, please. So it was in 1571 when the Spaniards arrived, when a ceremony for the landing was held, where a tree trunk was buried in what's now known as the Plaza Mayor. So during this time, the blocks for the main cathedral and cabildo were also allotted. Initially, the governor's residence was located in Fort Santiago, and it was only relocated after the earthquake in 1645. So another church was also constructed on the eastern side, which is now known as the San Agustin Church. Next slide, please. So here in 1574, due to numerous attacks of Chinese pirates, specifically Lima Hong, the Governor General instructed the walls the city to be surrounded in wooden walls. During this period, more agricultural lands were also transformed into urban lots. Next slide, please. So in 1583, the city burned down during a fire which started from San Agustin Church. It was actually a funeral fire that got out of hand. So during this time, the Governor General of the time ordered the city to be rebuilt in stone, including the perimeter walls of the city. Next slide, please. So during this period, 1671, more urban blocks were allotted, and basically just strengthening of fortifications by adding the moat in the northeastern side and adding the baluartes. Next slide, please. And during this period, minimal changes occurred to the urban form. So maybe the most significant one was the separation of Fort Santiago by a moat. Next slide, please. And this one during 1785, we can see that no major changes occurred within the Intramuros other than the Alcacera de San Jose. They focused on strengthening the defenses after the occupation of the British. So they wanted to strengthen defense by adding more baluartes and in the moat. Next slide, please. Yeah, this during this period, like again, minimal changes occurred. Next slide, please. Yeah, and there, so we can see until 1596, structures were only made of light materials. And it was only structures were only rebuilt into stone after major disasters such as earthquake and fires. And from 1671 to 1898, no major changes really occurred in the city's urban form and in relation to the block formation, street sizes. Basically, it was already set in place. So we can also maybe it's also a factor that the walls actually restricted the growth of Intramuros. So, like what Senator Gordon was saying earlier, that the Spaniards restricted the growth of the city as well as our minds. So, next slide, please. Now, let's look at the urban formation of Intramuros in relation to the laws of the Indies. So, by doing so, we can see exactly how the ordinances affected the development of the walled city. So let's starting from Ordinance 112. So I believe this is one of the most significant one. So the main plaza should be located on the landing port, or if inland, it should be situated on the center. It should be either square or rectangular. So the next slide, please. Yeah, Ordinance 113 states that the size of the plaza should be proportioned to the number of inhabitants, taking into consideration its growth. And they also gave suggested sizes that it shouldn't be less than 200 feet by 300 feet, or no longer than 500 feet by 800 feet. So I was stating earlier, like the plaza should be proportioned to the size of the city, but we can see here that the actual size of the plaza, based on GIS and plans, that the actual Plaza Mayor is actually 75 meters by 75 meters. So during this time, it's also important to note that the Spanish unit of measurement used was varas. So meaning 1 varas is equal to 0.359 meters. So we can assume that this plaza was designed to be 90 varas by 90 varas. In actuality, it's the bare minimum of the size of the plaza according by the ordinances. Next slide, please. Now, Ordinance 114. This is the ordinance that dictated the urban grid, the grid form of the city. So it states that all roads run parallel to the edge of the main plaza in a uniform grid system. So, and also that the four corners of the plaza should face the cardinal wind directions. While Ordinance 116 states that in cold places, streets shall be wide, and in hot places, streets shall be narrow. And streets shall be oriented in a way to avoid direct wind. While Ordinance 119 and 121 gave importance to the allocation of blocks of government buildings and religious institutions, that they should be given separate blocks, while the main cathedral and town hall and the governor's residence should be in the immediate vicinity of the main plaza in case of emergency, so they could assist one another and aid one another. So we can see here that the 6 major churches are strategically located at the entrances and gates, so that the natives living outside the walls can immediately see the important buildings, so that they may be attracted. By the grandeur of the Spanish architecture. Now, Ordinance 118 states that smaller plazas shall be distributed throughout the town near places of worship. So, according to historical maps as well, 10 smaller open areas and parks and plazas are scattered throughout Intramuros, normally beside or in front of major churches, which can serve as gathering places for people during festivals, during processions. Next slide, please. And lastly, Ordinance 117 states that streets and blocks shall run from the plaza uniformly in a way that even if the population of the town increases, it will still look organized and orderly. Now, this is where the walls of Intramuros played a major factor. Because of the regular shape of the walls, we can see some very not uniform blocks and street patterns. So again, like this, probably because of the walls restricting the growth of the city. Next slide, please. Now, if we look at the block types, we can divide the block types of Intramuros into three: a square, rectangular, and irregular. So basically, square measures approximately, in average, 90 by 90 varas, which is similar to the size of the plaza, while rectangular blocks measure 90 by 150 varas, and irregular blocks, which were as stated earlier, were allotted mostly to religious institutions. Next slide, please. Now, for the lot types, there are three formal lot types mentioned in the laws of the Indies. So, the Caballeria, Peonia, and Media Peonia. So, initially, they were measured on how much agriculture harvest they can produce. So, and how long does it take to plow the land. But later on, when agricultural lands were converted to urban lots, these lot divisions remained. Next slide, please. So also another, I think one of the major differences of the actual or actual Intramuros to the laws of the Indies is that in the laws of the Indies, it's stated that no wind should pass directly through the streets. They would want to avoid direct contact with the wind. However, in actuality, like the Intramuros is oriented so that the wind could be maximized. The wind could be maximized. So basically, so in conclusion, the urban formation of Intramuros was not solely based on laws of the Indies alone, but rather it is a multi-layered development composed of the following factors. So the initial experience of the Spaniards in Latin America, Vitruvian principles applied in the laws of the Indies, and the colonizers' understanding of tropical design in the country. Next slide, please. So the ability of Spaniards to adapt the climate of Manila shows the flexibility and the openness of the interpretation of the laws of the Indies. Also, if I would like to add that we often, when we hear heritage, we only think about architecture or arts or like the dances, the festivals. But we often forget that urban fabric of a city is also a big part of what heritage is. And I think is that it's actually one of the biggest tangible cultural heritage that the Spaniards left behind. So I think this urban layout and urban fabrics is just as important as architecture and all the others tangible heritage we have. So with that, I would like to end representation and thank you very much.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you so much for that presentation. That was indeed a very interesting topic. Now I'd like to call on our first panel member for today. So Elgin, since you appeared first on the screen, I'd like to invite you to speak first. What
Okay.
What would you like
Okay
to say
po.
about the presentation?
Okay, sige. Okay, so,
Elgin, are you there?
John, hello. Wait lang, sorry, naputol ka. Sorry, hello.
Hello,
Hi.
yes.
Okay na.
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, sige. Okay, so, of course, the next couple of presentations, especially under our watch, has actually accommodated the monitor or idea, of course, who has control of the spaces in Intramuros through time. So the first speaker, Mr. Panadero, highlighted the utilitarian reasons in designing the urban plan of Intramuros. Okay, so at the end of the day, it's all about security, no? So the security from piracy, from fire, or sometimes for economic, political, cultural, religious, and even practical reasons. Okay, so the paper pretty reminds me of one of my favorite readings or articles of Cristina Mojares. The title is Catechism of the Body, where plant spaces of the Spaniards were designed to control not only the movement of the people, but also their soul. No? But given the tropical environment of of the Philippines, okay, so of course the plan was suited for its environment or the climate and also its topography. And of course, the urban plan of Intramuros also was adapted for the purposes or for based from the experiences of the city itself. So I really commend the methodology of his paper. He maximized his primary sources, especially maps. Primary sources are documents or archival documents. I really like it. But I have a very important question. Especially right now, we're facing global warming. Especially right now, we're facing rising water levels, rising water levels. So, ano yung pwede nating matutunan, no? Especially in a lot of problems right now, especially in global warming. So, ano pwede nating ma-recommend, especially sa mga policy makers, mga urban planners, na base mismo sa urban plan ng Intramuros. So especially for example in the case of Iloilo, may ginawang studies ngayon sa ang local government ng city na tingnan yung mga old plans ng Iloilo para hanapin yung mga lost waterways. So ngayon, ongoing yung project na to ng University of the Philippines Visayas and hopefully ma-relay yung study na yon, especially sa local government. But in the case of Intramuros, ano yung pwede nating matutunan or pwedeng ma-adapt ng mga cities especially that we are facing these kinds of problems. So yun lang po. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ariel. So basically, we should remember that originally Intramuros was a coastal town, di ba? So nagkaroon lang tayo ng reclamation. So I would like to think that, for example, in I forgot the city in Mexico, but originally the Spaniards built the town in accordance kung saan tinayo nila yung roads nila, kung saan sa taas ng waterways nila mismo. So I'm not really sure in the case of Intramuros. I'm not familiar with the waterways below Intramuros. So maybe there are some maps that states that where are the old waterways before, or like the passage of water can be utilized in a more efficient manner. Yeah. So as well as I think we should also remember that the Spaniards only adapted as well. They had the laws of the Indies that only served as a guide, that they freely adjusted and adapted. So I think it's also part of Spanish colonial city planning to be adaptive on what the present situation gives us.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
LJ would like to say something further. You still have time? Or
okay. Ay, pasa ko muna sa iba. Okay lang, may wrap up ako dito.
Okay. Right. Architect Glenn, your turn. What would you like to say about the presentation?
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, Architect Glenn.
Yes. Hello. Good morning. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Ariel. These are my comments regarding your presentation. First, you've mentioned some of your sources. You've mentioned some of your sources. You have Read. You have Vitruvius. And all other sources you've mentioned in your paper, and we've read them already. And I was curious if there are any additional or new knowledge that you want to share, personal, with regards to what they've already mentioned in the literature that you've read. In relation to your study.
Yes. So actually, I was thinking about it, that studies often studies of Intramuros. We have studies regarding Intramuros. We also have studies regarding the Latin American cities. But we often forget that Latin American cities are related to the planning of Intramuros itself. So basically, I've stated in my conclusion, like the planning of Intramuros is not solely based on the loss of the Indies, but basically it's also the lessons learned by the Spaniards in planning towns in Latin America. Because during the earlier Spanish onset, Spaniards the Spaniards really relied on trial and error when it comes to planning towns in Latin America. So basically, when they came to the Philippines, they already have this knowledge with them and created a more efficient town as compared to those of our earlier predecessors in Latin America. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so since you've mentioned that, I think it would be nice if you've shown the differences between those pre-Spanish, the pre-colonial Spanish colonies as compared to what was changed in Intramuros. Like, for example, you've mentioned some cities in Latin America, and I think you've mentioned that there are, the Spaniards realized that planning without without guide is problematic. That's why they adapted the Roman and Greek planning. So from the evolution of the uh, from the early Spanish colonies, what changed and what was applied in Intramuros? I think it would be better if you emphasize on that. Since you've mentioned and doing your study with the historical approach, so you can compare what was done before, what was indicated in the loss of the Indies, and what was applied in Intramuros later on. Um, Another comment also is, when we go back to your research question, you asked what are the factors that affect urban formation of Intramuros. Well, of course, the main factor was the loss of the Indies. Um, another factor Another factor as I go through your evolution of maps is basically the location and orientation of the church and plaza. So maybe you have expounded further why was the orientation in such done in such a way, because you've mentioned earlier that based on the loss of the Indies, it should be along the four cardinal directions or four major directions. But when you look at the orientation, it's not really oriented northeast, west, south, but it's the orientation or the layout is angled in a way. So you can emphasize on that. And later on, the future developments or formation within the city was was really based on that initial orientation of the church and the plaza. And also another factor that I saw is, as mentioned by Sir Elgin, basically it's security, defense against those raids of the pirates. That's why later on they've built those walls around. So again, with regards to those approaches that you've mentioned, the history approach, the city formation approach, and the tropical design approach, it would be better if you expound further. I've mentioned earlier the historical approach, the comparison with the earlier colonies, what failed before, and how did the Spaniards manage to make it successful for Intramuros. That's one. For the city formation, how those theories like you've mentioned, Lynch, how those theories were applied or were shown in the evolution or urban formation of Intramuros. You can expound it further. And for the tropical design approach, you've presented a short presentation on the layout. But aside from layout, I think there are other tropical design considerations with regards to the formation of Intramuros, because you've only mentioned the layout. Um, uh, how about the architectural designs? How about the architectural designs of the houses, the buildings built in the Intramuros? Maybe you can go further into that, because of course, the community as a whole, Intramuros as a whole, the planning also has implications on the tropical design, uh, layout considering the tropical climate of the country. But I think it's also important to look into the materials of the buildings, uh, because like for example, you've mentioned in the history that the city was ravaged by fire. It's probably because before, most of the structures or buildings or houses built there are made of wood. That's why later on they have to resort to building using stone walls, which are prevalent. You can see it in the houses, buildings in Intramuros. So those are, I think, you can further you can look into that to make your to answer your question more truthfully, rather than just uh, stating what was already mentioned in the previous literature. Something that new that you can your input uh, to what your research question is. How can you answer that based on your on how do you analyze those maps, those literature? How do you analyze the materials used, etc., etc. There. Okay, that's all.
Yes, Alvin?
Okay. Another point, actually, nalimutan ko itong i-highlight kanina. Have you encountered like literature that pointed out the role of the Indios and also the Chinese in designing or in the evolution of the urban plan? Because what we are trying to do here is that we are trying to make the history of Intramuros more inclusive. Not only yung mga Spanish lang yung nag-shape, no, but also even yung Indios. Parang I think we're talking about hindi lamang yung mga nasa taas yung nag-shape ng Intramuros, but pero karamihan or maraming mga tao din ang nag-shape din ito. Yun lang po.
Actually,
Yeah.
like stated before, like yung I think I consider Intramuros to be the very first exclusive subdivision sa Pilipinas eh. Kasi parang dahil yung feeling ng Espanyol sa mga sa Chinese attacks, they set may oras lang na pwede ang mga Indios pati mga Chinese within the walls. So during that time, because of that separate Nondo, yung Parian district. No, but ayoko i-discredit yung Indios and Chinese in terms of development of the urban fabric of Intramuros because of the old Parian din naman. Yeah, and as well as the as stated, the locations of the church were located within the perimeter of the city para makita ng mga tao sa labas. So I think that's a big factor that helped in shaping the urban fabric of Intramuros din.
Thank you very much. Ganda ng sagot mo on that matter.
Right. So thank you so much.
Yeah, may I add pala? Excuse me. Yeah. I'd like to add also, yun nga, yung binanggit ko na you compare what are the comparisons between Intramuros and those early colonies of Spain. Maybe since we're discussing about tropical design considerations, add to your discussion what is the climate in those areas as compared to the climate
correct.
here, because of course they have different climate. There's a possibility they have a different climate there as compared to here in the Philippines. And also I don't know if the distance, the distance of the Philippines from Spain and Latin America. So is it a factor? I mean is what I mean is because Manila was established in 1971. The loss of the Indies was 1971, 1571. The loss of the Indies was promulgated 1573. So the the travel of instruction somehow affect how the how the layout or how the buildings inside Intramuros was built or formed. Those so you can also look into those things because
Yeah, I think it's definitely a factor. So parang kind of got lost in translation na rin because of the distance and of the travel distance. And I think it's also important to note that different conquistadors also gave their own liberty when designing the cities. That's why parang medyo very flexible yung laws of the Indies. Parang open to interpretation on whoever is the head planner or the governor general during that time. So I think yes, I think it's definitely a factor again.
okay. And yeah, since you've mentioned those the Chinese, the other residents in Manila during that time, so their impact or their how they affect the urban evolution or transformation of Intramuros. You can also show it, in your paper as part of the historical approach there, and probably there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, dear analysts. Unfortunately, we are out of time for your commentaries. We can now proceed with the Q&A from our audience. By the way, thank you, Elgin, and thank you, Glenn, for those comments. Now, right, we have a question from Dr. Victor Torres. His question is, according to Robert Reed, in his Colonial Manila, it seemed that Legazpi already had an idea on how to lay out the city when it was created in 1571. With the layers formulated in 1573, was the town planning of the colonial cities of the Layes therefore influenced by experiences of the Spaniards in South America rather than a set of laws influencing the creation of a city?
Yes, I think it definitely did affect the planning, but I don't want to say that it's exclusively because of the loss of the Indies or it's exclusively because of the lessons they learned in Latin America. I really think that it's the combination of both, as well as the tropical design considerations here in Manila. So rather than this and that, I think this is a case of intermingling lessons and the loss itself.
We have a question from one of our attendees. So great study and very interesting topic. About the adoption of the orientation of the street versus the wind, is it possible that in the original ordinance that the effect of the wind on street finishes, which was unpaved, was a consideration, and that maybe climate was a factor for it not to be applied in the PH? So about the location of churches, so this is the second question, was there an indication that these were situated for purposes of defense or governance?
Regarding the first question, is it possible that the original ordinances that the effect of the wind on street finishes was consideration and maybe climate was a factor for it not to be unpaved? Sorry, I'm not really that familiar with finishes of the street during that time, no. But I think that the climate is definitely a factor when it came to the orientation of the street because the prevailing winds here in the Philippines is northeast and southwest, right? So basically, they would want to pass winds through these streets, and as Sir Glenn Orban said, that will then freely pass to the houses naman with cross ventilation as well, and that's why the materials of the bahay de bato was made. The wood first floor was made of stone, while the second floor is made of wood. So this is in order for the wind to freely pass as well. Now, regarding the location of the churches, rather than defense and governance, I think it's the locations of the churches were mostly based on the one of the three G's of the Spanish colonization. So God, gold, glory. So this is for the conversion of the natives. So people living outside the cities can immediately see these churches and be intrigued by the grandeur of the churches, and maybe they would want to think, gusto ko na mag-convert sa Catholicism, something like that.
We have another question from Dr. Torres. Later archaeological studies by Dr. Victor Paz showed that the riverside area was not inhabited during the pre-Hispanic times. So does it mean that the area of the city was not triangular as earlier imagined, therefore affecting the directional orientation of town planning?
It was not inhabited. Actually, I've read this as well, that there was not really signs of like a civilization on that side. However, like on the other side, the Satondo area, there are like proof of civilization. However, where is that? Sorry. Yeah, because they. Actually, I'm not that really aware of the. But I would like to think that the shape of the triangular site is more of a geographic constraint rather than orientation approach. So directional orientation, I believe, was solely based on the direction of the wind. Because according to the laws of the Indies itself, like the center of the plaza should be placed in either the center of the town or a coastal part. So maybe because before in the past, like the center of the plaza was in the coast. So I have no historical evidence that it's just a theory. So yeah, so maybe.
Thank you so much for that. Now, in the conservation management plan of Intramuros, it was stated in the history part that the urban plan of Manila from as laid out in 1571 may have been influenced by the personal experiences of Miguel Lopez de Legazpi from his stay in Mexico. So meaning it might have been influenced not by the laws of the Indies, but rather by the organic urban plan of Tenochtitlan of Mexico City. Now, what can you say about this?
Yes, because during that time, I think their best teacher was their experience then, diba? So I really believe that's the case because, as I stated earlier, that before in the early Spanish colonization period in Latin America, it's mostly solely based on trial and error. So what worked, what didn't. So they discard what didn't work and they bring what did work to new colonies. So I believe what worked in Tenochtitlan in Mexico was really brought by De Legazpi to in the Philippines.
Thank you so much for that. We have a comment from Dr. Torres. Sorry, but I have to take exception to Senator Gordon's statement in Intramuros as a means to lock out the Filipinos. Even Rizal pointed out that as early as the 19th century, the gates were already open to allow the entry of Intramuros. Would you like to say something about this?
Oh, wait, sorry.
Dr. Torres said that it was he was kind of saying that it is not true that the walls were made to lock out the Filipinos because he cited that even Rizal said in the 19th century that Intramuros was already open to everyone. So what can you say about Yes.
In the early 19th century, yes, maybe. But what I've read in the maybe 18th century or the 17th, early 18th century, late 18th century, that only merchants were allowed inside to sell their wares. But I'm not really sure if during that time were the Filipinos allowed to live inside Intramuros, or were they allowed to own lots? So I think in a way, Intramuros during that time is still like an exclusive subdivision for the Spaniards. Yes, maybe merchants can enter, like Chinese or Filipino merchants. But regarding the like land ownership and like being residents of Intramuros itself, like I can't really comment further because yeah.
So you mean to say that you subscribe to the idea that the walls were indeed, aside from defense, were indeed made to lock out the Filipinos when it was first conceptualized in the 16th century?
Well, I think we can see this in yung positioning of the canyons, diba? We can see that it's pointed towards Binondo, pointed towards the Perian district. So I think it's merely a protection against revolts by the locals and by the Chinese. So in a way, yes, I think it's really in a way to intimidate the natives on the on their not just on the presence of the Spaniards.
Right. So so I gather that aside from the physical, the hard power that the walls bring from the physical exclusion, there's also a sense that there's a symbolic idea that it also projected power, that it also projected exclusion, that it also projected a sense of grandeur to induce awe from the people. Tama po ba?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, parang I get the impression that their strategy is to shock and awe the natives in submitting to their rule.
Right. So if you have, our dear attendees, if you have any more questions, feel free to ask them. For those who are, Ariel, for those who are interested in studying further this topic, like for our young viewers out there, or for those who are genuinely interested in knowing more about this, what readings would you like to recommend? For number one, for those who are just beginning to study about this, and number two, for those who are already advanced in their studies and would like to know more further, would you like to recommend any materials, both primary and secondary?
Actually, one of my earlier readings was Sergio Orbon's paper. So doon ko nakita talaga yung tropical design approach. I was inspired by that. Also, in terms of maybe the theoretical city formation, books by Spiro Kostov is really very informative, as well as Kevin Lynch's two books like Good City Formation and Good City Formation. I forgot the other title. And I also suggest young students would want to learn more, read a lot of journals. There's a lot available online in ResearchGate, in academia.com. So I think, it's a little redundant, but read. Also, here my question dito rin kay Dr. Torres. Like, why was Vitruvius' books only applied in Spain and why not further in European cities? So I would just like to add that during the early colonization period, this was just right after the Reconquista. So it was after when the Spanish liberated the Iberian Peninsula from the Moors. No? So a lot of cities in Spain were damaged and destroyed. So during that time, the Spaniards needed to look something for inspiration. And during that time, there are a lot of ancient Roman cities in Spain that were left over of the Roman conquest that they used as inspiration to build their existing towns now. And when the Laws of the Indies was translated from Latin to Spanish around the 1570s, this was the inspiration that they needed, that King Philip II needed to formulate it and apply it in Spanish cities. So not unlike France or Germany that already had somewhat more structured urban planning.
Uh, Thank you so much for that. And I have a comment here from Claudia Montero. She is our panelist for this afternoon, but she watched this morning's session. So she said that the walls were not made to lock out people, but rather to exclude. So there's a difference now. And she recommended us readings for this the books by Father Luis Merino. Right. Uh, so thank you, Ariel, for that very interesting presentation. And thank you, dear panelists, so Architect Glenn and Mr. Salomon, for your commentaries earlier. And thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. So we are going to resume later at 1 p.m. for our afternoon session. So this afternoon, we're going to discuss two papers. One from one is a master's thesis from Luigi Almojano. So that's the paper 2. And the paper 3 is by Kinah Baguan of UP Diliman. So stay tuned and we will resume at 1 p.m. later. Thank you so much. By the way, if you can leave this Zoom meeting and then you can just click again the link later when you are ready. So for the participants, we emailed to you the kit, the conference kit, so so that you can also browse the other abstracts of the succeeding papers. And for those who are viewing via Facebook and still wish to join via Zoom, feel free to register because we can still accommodate. But note that you have to attend this afternoon and attend tomorrow as well in order for you to get a certificate. By the way, sorry, this is already lunchtime, but by the way, for those who are asking for a copy of the presentations, don't worry because after the conference, we're going to publish a conference proceedings report. So we will include all of the papers in the proceedings report, and then you can get a copy of it. So stay tuned for further announcements.
Intramuros was the biggest European city in Asia. It defines our culture. The problem is most of our officials do not appreciate it.
It's important because it's part of our history, part of our heritage, and one of the few physical evidences remaining of the Spanish period of Philippines.
There are many good stories about Filipinos, people who headed the construction of the walls. The carvers were Filipinos also. It was a very exciting time. That's what I remember most, having a restoration force as big as Intramuros was at the time. Well, didn't exist anywhere in the country. When we came into Intramuros to work, what are we restoring? We do not know. How did it look, except for the ruined walls? That's why we have to dig pictures and pictures and pictures just to be able to provide a background. And in the early days, it was really a dead town. Even when Casa Manila was finished, we would make whatever pakulo just to bring in people.
The greatest satisfaction I had was the presence of a good team because basically the three of us were the ones who set the initial directions of the Intramuros administration.
Since last year, I'm really amazed at how Intramuros has grown and has attracted so many people considering the problems we had in the beginning. There are thousands of people coming here and all of them are paying entrance fees. A restoration force as big as Intramuros was at the time, well, didn't exist anywhere in the country. When we came into Intramuros to work, what are we restoring? We do not know. How did it look, except for the ruined walls? That's why we have to dig pictures and pictures and pictures just to be able to provide a background and tell people this is important. This part of the walls look like this. Everything was something that came to us by a calling, you'd say, that we have to do it right. Intramuros is a beautiful memory of the past. It is like a microcosm of all things good and bad. There are many good stories about Filipinos, people who headed the construction of the walls, and they were Indios. The carvers were Filipinos also. People should follow the regulations more and that they should not seek exemption all the time, and this applies to both government, church, and private owners. Ang Esperanza Bunad Apunton, I was hired, you would say, I was one of the first employed in the Intramuros administration structure, and that is pretty 1979. You have many people saying that Intramuros should not be preserved because it is a colonial memory and that should be erased. I don't think so. It represents failure. It represents achievement. So it's about time that our people should see Intramuros is not just a symbol of colonialization, but a symbol of our spirit to rise above.
As a child, I would frequent Intramuros because of our educational field trip. We would usually go to the Manila Cathedral. So it's part of my childhood memory. Little did I know that after many years, I would be a resident of Intramuros. The Manila Cathedral started as a small parish church here in the same spot in 1571. When we talk of Manila, especially during the Spanish times, it was Intramuros. And the Manila Cathedral is in the heart of Manila, which is Intramuros, being the first cathedral in the Philippines, the center of Philippine governance. This was also the center of Philippine faith. Religion, especially Christianity, is not just about doctrines. Religion is about relationship. Young people are so engrossed in an activity, especially when they see that what they are doing is something that benefits others. And I think the church provides them with many opportunities for that. I wish that Intramuros will be a place where tourists are enriched when it comes to their discovery of their faith. I am Father Reginald R. Malikdem. I am the rector of the Manila Cathedral since July of 2015. Little did I know that after many years, I would be asked to take care of Mother Church of the Philippines of Intramuros.
I'm Martin Dino Jr. My lolo became chairman of the COMELEC, and he was the one who transferred the COMELEC to Intramuros. I was in grade school. He would go home at 6 o'clock every afternoon. They pick us up at 4 o'clock, so I have to wait for him in his office. So I would go around Intramuros in the early 50s. It was all ruins. I've always been interested in old houses and began traveling throughout the whole country. Intramuros was the biggest European city in Asia. This is our history. It defines our culture. The problem is most of our officials do not appreciate it. IA was founded. And Jimmy Laya, I didn't know Jimmy Laya. He got me as a consultant. Then we started having exhibits. The first ever on relieves, on santos, on ivory. We have all these horrible looking modern buildings. I wish they could tear it down and rebuild it properly. And in the early days, it was really a dead town. Even when Casa Manila was finished, we would make whatever pakulo just to bring in people. In the afternoon, Intramuros was empty. Empty. There was hardly any people. Since last year, I'm really amazed at how Intramuros has grown and has attracted so many people considering the problems we had in the beginning. There are thousands of people coming here and all of them are paying entrance fees, restaurants, all those chalets. You can imagine, it's alive. It's You can see the whole thing is alive. Intramuros for me is a sense of curiosity and wonder. It's heritage and history, and it's a living experience. It's a place where you can see history come to life and where we believe there's a strong future for sustainable tourism. So bamboo is arguably one of the most sustainable building materials on the planet. We're using local Philippine bamboo that is then handcrafted into our products so that we can create jobs, but then also share a bit of Filipino design and flair with our international guests. We've been manufacturing bamboo bicycles. It is as part of a sustainable livelihood program. And here in Intramuros, we've been doing guided bamboo bike tours for now it's been about 5 years. And they get to ride the bamboo bikes around these historic walls. You can explore the nooks and crannies, the different chambers and gates and parks and buildings and museums and churches and everything. The different streets here all have something exploration worthy. Bambike helps you discover Intramuros like nothing else. So my name is Brian Benitez McClelland. I'm the founder of Bambike, and we're operating Bambike Eco Tours here in Intramuros. Bambike gets to help the guests experience Intramuros from a different perspective, sharing Philippine culture, our history, and the architecture and the stories of what really were the foundational years of Philippines here in Intramuros.
Every great and important city has an old town. Intramuros to me is Manila's old town. I have always been awed by Intramuros. It seems like when I'm coming here, there is an excitement that you feel that what happened in this place. There is something so sacred, so noble, so precious about Intramuros. I named it after my grandmother, Barbara, to just give it a Spanish flavor. And for some years, after a few years, we decided to really gear towards heritage so that people will see and know what is heritage, what is sinauna, yung kinaugalian natin, yung traditions natin, which will be seen in our cuisine and in our performances, in the dance that we present here in Barbara's. I would attribute it to my mom, to my mother, who taught me the value of work, the value of excellence, the value of feeding people in style and giving them satisfaction. I would want to happen that Intramuros will be remembered by every person who comes to this place because of its uniqueness, its sacredness, its history, its everything. There is so much here. I'm Barbara Gordon de los Reyes of Barbara's Heritage Restaurant. I have been in Intramuros for the past 30 years, which has been a great part of my work, my joys, It's like an adventure.
Ang mga binibenta ko pong pagkain na ulam, adobo, sinigang, kaldereta, pork chop, fried chicken, mga gulay, pakbet, tsaka chop suey. Maramihan na kumakain sa akin, trabaho sa Mapua, mga empleyado. Tapos, estudyante rin ng Mapua, SCU, Manila High. Ayun po, nakakatulong ng tindahan po namin sa Intramuros, lalo na po ang Sana May. Malaking bagay po sa mga estudyante at mga empleyado sa Intramuros na nagtatrabaho. Kasi pangmasa po ang presyo. 40 years na po ako nakatira sa Intramuros, naranasan na namin yung hirap, baha. Para sa amin, ang Intramuros, malaking bagay kasi dito nabuhay yung mga anak ko, dito ako nagpalaki ng mga anak ko, dito ko kinuha yung pampalaki ng mga anak ko, maaral. Kaya ang Intramuros, malaking bagay sa akin. Dito na rin nag-aaral ng mga anak ko ng high school, elementary sa Quiapo, sa high school sa Manila High School sa Intramuros. Ako po si Edna Apable. Merong isang karinderya sa Intramuros. Ang ginagawa ko po, namamalengke sa madaling araw, nagluluto, nagtitinda. Ang pangarap ko po sa Intramuros, sana huwag kami mawala at habang buhay kami makapaghanap buhay sa Intramuros.
So, naging special sa akin yung Intramuros dahil dito rin ako nakatira, so dito na rin ako kumukuha para sa hanap buhay namin. And then, ang Intramuros din para sa akin is parang isang tahanan na rin para sa akin. So, ang role ko dito sa Intramuros ay parang tayo nag-a-attract or nagpapa-attract sa mga turista dito sa loob ng Intramuros para kahit pa paano makita rin nila yung kagandahan ng Intramuros. Ako nga pala si Valentino Mejia, isang e-trike driver dito sa Intramuros. So, ang nakikita ko sa future ng Intramuros is lalawak pa yung ating turismo dito sa loob ng Intramuros. And then, talagang makikilala ang Intramuros sa buong Pilipinas, hindi lang sa buong Pilipinas, sa buong mundo.
Sa akin, special yung Intramuros dahil sa punong-puno ng historical Intramuros. Napamahal na rin po ako dito sa Intramuros dahil dito po ako
Hello everyone, we're going to resume in a few moments. Right, so welcome everyone to the afternoon session of day one of the second annual Intramuros Young Scholars Conference. So for this afternoon, we're going to have two papers. We're going to have a paper from Luigie Lursh Almojano and a paper from Kinah Baguan. Now, before we start, I'd like to remind everyone that for the participants, we have emailed to you the conference kit, and the conference kit link is also available in the chat box below. And if you wish to have a copy of the presentations, don't worry, because later, after the conference, we're going to produce a conference proceedings report. Now later, we're going to have a Q&A after the presentation. So each session is 60 minutes, 30 minutes for the presentation, 20 minutes for the panelists. There will be 2 panelists per session, and 10 minutes for Q&A. Note that in the Q&A, the chat button will be open for everyone. So if you wish to raise any questions, feel free to either use the chat button, or if you want to make a comment, if you want to ask questions, use the Q&A button, and if you want to make a comment, use the chat button. And no need to raise your hand. We know that there's a raise hand button in Zoom, but feel free instead to use the chat button or the Q&A button later during the Q&A. Right, so we are now going to start with our presentation 1. Lursh, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Okay.
Right. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Vancho. So let's just share my screen. Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so good afternoon everyone. Magandang hapon sa ating lahat. At maraming salamat sa pagsama ninyo sa amin dito sa afternoon session. And for this afternoon session, I will be starting with my master's thesis entitled Reinterpreting Dissonant Heritage, Resisting Subalternity, and Reconstructing Post-colonial Identities, Post-colonial Heritage Adjustment of Spanish Colonial Heritage in Intramuros. So mahaba po yung title ko kasi this is the essence of what I am going to present to you for today. And again, I am Luigie Lursh Almojano. I graduated from my Erasmus Mundus Master of Arts in Culture from University of Udine in Italy and Université de Strasbourg at France. And I'm presently connected with the University of the Philippines, Mindanao Department of Social Sciences as an instructor. And for today's presentation, I will be presenting my master's thesis, which was a product of the quarantine period. So this was a thesis produced in the middle of the pandemic. And this was what I'm going to present this afternoon is just half of my thesis, because my thesis overall tackled 2 field sites in the Philippines. So one is Intramuros and the other one is Vegan. But for today's purposes, I will be focusing on Intramuros. So what did I decided to study this topic for my master's thesis? Since my master's, Erasmus Mundus Master's, is about Euroculture. So it's about the interfacing of Europe and the Philippines in the present times. So ano ba yung paraan? Ano ba yung maaaring maging magandang lente na tingnan natin sa Pilipinas para makita natin yung ugnayan ng Europe at Pilipinas? At nakita ko na yung Spanish colonization of the Philippines is a long period of our history. And according to Robert Reed, the Spanish colonizers considered it a right and a duty to colonize, to Catholicize, to civilize, and to urbanize the Filipinos. So echoing from the last presentation, we have known that the objectives of the Spanish colonization is 3G, God, glory, and gold. And later on, we will see how Intramuros played an important role in this 3G mission of the Spanish colonizers in the Philippines. And on the second hand, I wanted to work on something that looks at the Hispanic influence on Filipino culture. As an anthropologist, as a social scientist, I am more interested to look at how people, particularly the formerly colonized, are accepting or resisting or whatever response that the Filipinos have with the influences that came from the Spanish colonial period. And as we have known, This influence has penetrated Filipinos' ideas of music, cookery, visual styles, vocabulary, and social customs. So if we look at our cultural fabric, we can definitely see that there's indeed a Hispanic influence in our own Filipino culture nowadays. And if we try to look at the Spanish colonial heritage, given the colonial baggage, the colonial nature, there are multiplicity of perspectives surrounding colonial heritage in the Philippines. So we all know that since it's a colonial imprint, definitely there's one stream of group of people, the nationalists, in the heat of decolonization efforts in the 90s, there were nationalists that believed that the Spanish colonial heritage that is present in the Philippines is a reminder of a difficult past. So therefore, we have to remove it. No, we have to destroy it. No, some even advocated for the destruction of it. On the other hand, there are other voices in our understanding of the colonial heritage in the Philippines that looks at the aesthetics, no? Artistic value. Bakit kaya hindi natin i-preserve natin? Kasi maganda yung itsura niya. And there's also the people that look at the historical side. No? It's part of our nation's past. So we have to preserve this colonial heritage. There's also those people that looks at nostalgia, no? Yung colonial nostalgia and personal identification. Yung pakiramdam nila na it's been part of my life for the longest years. No? So pag nawala ito, malaki yung mawawala sa pagkatao ko. No? And then lastly, there's people who advocate to preserve it because it's important for our identity, no, crucial to the story of the Filipinos. And bakit ko nasabing dissonant ang Spanish colonial heritage, particularly in Intramuros, the built heritage and the colonial town planning? Because if you could see here, these are just 5 out of the other stories that are surrounding the preservation and conservation of the Spanish colonial heritage in Intramuros and in the Philippines. Also, these are competing perspectives that look at different point of view, that look at different opinions and understanding that can advocate preservation, some can advocate destruction, or some can advocate qualified acceptance. For this scenario, why did I classify Intramuros Spanish colonial heritage as a dissonant heritage? No, first and foremost, if you survey almost majority of the Filipinos, there's a feeling, there's a mixed feeling, there's ambivalence. No? Is it Filipino? Filipino bang Intramuros? Spanish ba yan? O atin ba yan? Matatawag ba nating atin ang Intramuros? And another thing is that there's this prominent misconception that it is an exclusive quarter of the Spanish elite. No? Historically, according to Robert Reed, Intramuros is an urban precinct reserved for Spanish elite. So we can see na yun nga yung debate kanina from the last presentation. So excluding ba yung walls or to not let them enter? No? So that's the popular conception among most Filipinos nowadays. And then last but not the least, the idea of being a colonial imprint. No, it's a monument to Spanish colonialism. No, it's a reminder that we are subjugated and tyrannized by Spain. No? So that's why Intramuros Spanish colonial heritage is a dissonant heritage because there's multiple competing perspectives that either advocate preservation, some advocate destruction, and others advocate na qualified acceptance. Let's stay kung ano man ang meron sa Intramuros ngayon. And for my master's thesis and for this paper's purpose, I will be presenting 2 research objectives. So the first one is to look on the heritage conservation side. So to uncover the impetus regarding the qualified acceptance and continued conservation of the Spanish colonial heritage in Intramuros. So hindi po kasama yung vegans. Intramuros lang. And on the second level, to look at the subalternity and post-colonial identity construction or reconstruction. To analyze how this qualified acceptance and continued conservation of the Spanish colonial heritage helps in the resistance to subalternity and in the reconstruction of the post-colonial identities of the Filipinos. With these research objectives, I have 2 main research questions. So the first one is about the heritage meanings. So how are the present heritage meanings of dissonant Spanish colonial heritage in Intramuros is being reinterpreted beyond its colonial association? And the second question is to look at what are the subaltern heritage narratives regarding Spanish colonial heritage in Intramuros that contribute to the Filipinos' resistance to subalternity. And second, help in the recreation of the post-colonial identities of the Filipinos. And in answering these research questions, these are the theoretical frame that I am using. So the first one I have discussed about reinterpreting dissonant colonial heritage. So for this case, I am using Tunbridge and Ashworth's concept of dissonant heritage, and primarily looking at their perspective on the post-colonial heritage in Africa. So yun yung ginamit nila na kanilang case study. And for looking at the reinterpretation of the meanings, I am looking at the values and significance na ina-ascribe ng present society ngayon sa Intramuros. On the second level, I'm going to look at resistance to subalternity. So we'll be talking about subalterns, colonial subalterns, basing from the perspective of SPIVAC and the Subaltern Studies Group. And then I will be using the narratives, which are called subaltern heritage narratives, adapted from Laura Jane Smith. And then lastly, I will be looking at the reconstruction of the post-colonial identity by looking at the intersection of heritage and identity, and how does heritage is being used in the national and local identity reconstruction. So all in all, my presentation, my thesis is a mix. It's a combination of perspective from heritage studies, post-colonialism, and in the identification of identity reconstruction. So let's briefly look at the different concepts that I used for my paper. So the first one is the Dissonant Heritage by Tunbridge and Ashworth, from their book, Dissonant Heritage, Resource Managing the Impact of a Difficult Past. So 1996. So according to them, heritage is dissonant because there's ideas of discrepancy and incongruity, or the discordance or lack of agreement and consistency about the meanings of heritage. And it is because of the simultaneous holding of mutually inconsistent attitudes, or existence or of a lack of consonance between attitudes and behavior. So we can see this, yung binanggit ko kanina na yung maiba, they advocate for preservation, yung iba, they advocate for destruction. So all of this makes the Intramuros Spanish colonial heritage as dissonant. And kung idadagdag pa natin yung pagiging colonial niya, dissonant colonial heritage, we can see that the impact of the master-servant relationship in colonialism is heavily impacting the concept of dissonance in Intramuros Spanish colonial heritage. With this, we have to understand that the stigma of disinheritance and the historical pain felt by the colonized society is impacting the meanings and importance of this colonial heritage. On the second level, I am also going to look on the impact of subalternity, the subaltern concept. So, what is a subaltern? According to Spivak, subaltern is everything that has limited or no access to cultural imperialism, a space of difference. And subalternity is a condition of the social groups excluded from the dominant power structures, be this colonial or neo-colonial, socio-economic, patriarchal, linguistic, cultural, and racial. So in this case, the colonial subalterns are in a space wherein they're excluded in the dominant power structures. And how do subalterns, in my paper's case, resist subalternity? So in my paper, I will be presenting subaltern heritage narratives. So these are the narratives that are used by the colonial subalterns to work against subalternity, to push them away from the space of difference. This is a way for them to oppose or to resist the dominant, as he or she may draw upon alternative values and ideas and can refer back to different experiences and behavioral expectations. And then lastly, I will be looking at the impact of these things to post-colonial identities, because we all know that the ideas of heritage and cultural identity are intertwined. And as what will my paper will prove later on, is that heritage and identity are interconnected because heritage helps in the creation and reinforcement of official constructions of identity. All in all, this is what I call the post-colonial heritage adjustment framework, which is defined by Tunbridge and Ashworth in their analysis of the post-colonial African states as a way to reverse the marginalization. So in the past, the colonial subalterns, the colonized, were excluded from the heritage process. But now, they are in a position to resist subalternity and to work against oppression. So here, I am going to look at the reinterpreted heritage meanings looking at the values and significance, and how this reinterpretation beyond the colonial association helps in the qualified acceptance and conservation of the Spanish colonial heritage. And this acceptance and conservation in turn helps the resistance to subalternity and reinforce reconstruction of post-colonial identities. So this is what I call my post-colonial heritage adjustment framework for the case of Intramuros. So for my methodology, these are the different methods that I use for my master's thesis. So all in all, I call my overall methodology as an ethnographic case study because I use two field sites, Intramuros and Vigan. But for both sites, the methods that I use is first, I use historical analysis. So looking at archival documents, historical sources. I also did participant observation by doing museum and heritage site visits, heritage walks, and observing the whole heritage site. I also did a series of semi-structured interviews. Interviews with key informants, heritage experts, personnel from Intramuros administration, other organizations that are concerned with heritage conservation, ICOMOS, and other professors interested in urban heritage. And as I have said, I was affected by the pandemic. In the middle of March, I was in the middle of doing my interviews. That's why I was not able to do any more site visits or face-to-face interviews. That's why I switched to digital ethnography. And in here, I did online ethnographic. I analyzed online ethnographic data, photos. I attended forums, webinars by Intramuros administration, and the videos. So kung napanood nyo kanina yung We Are Intramuros videos, some of my data were gathered from these videos. And then last but not the least, I also did analysis of secondary sources, published journals, books, and articles. And all in all, I will now present to you the overall post-colonial heritage adjustment framework and the results and discussion of my thesis. So the first dimension that we need to look is how do the stakeholders of Intramuros reinterpret the heritage meanings of the Spanish colonial heritage. So the first thing is that they outline beyond the colonial, we should look at the historical value of Intramuros. Because most importantly, Intramuros is the soul of the country. According to my interviewees, it is a major historical landmark of the Philippines. It is a monument to the Hispanic period of the Philippine history. And most importantly, it is the Spanish colonial Manila. During the Spanish colonial period, Intramuros was Manila per se. The second dimension that most of my interviewees highlighted is that we have to understand that even though Intramuros is colonial in its origins, it is important to see that Intramuros is the place or the roots of the Filipino nation because it is a representation of genuine urbanism, a step forward in an evolution of a culture, being the first global city in the Philippines. And most importantly, according to my research participants, Intramuros is a prime relic of our Hispanic heritage. It is a big help towards the understanding of the Spanish colonial era in the country. Aside from the historical, some of them also give emphasis on the economic value. Since Intramuros historically is the end point of the galleon trade, and it connected the Far East, specifically Japan and China, to the rest of the world. Nowadays, some of my respondents said that beyond being a tourism site, it's also a place of work. No, there's a lot of government offices in Intramuros. And most importantly, tourism. It is a good backdrop of being a place where the destination speaks for itself. The third value that my respondents emphasize, however, no, related pala to the tourism side, now there are also some of my research participants offered an important note. Now beyond being a destination, so we have to understand that some of for him, no, for one of my respondents, he said that maybe for some Intramuros is a place to go to hang out, to take selfies, to have Instagrammable pictures. But I don't think many people care much to learn about it. It's more of a cool place to see, to check off your list, and to move on. And another respondent also highlighted that we have to look at it beyond its tourism value. Unless Filipinos see the value of Intramuros beyond tourism, efforts in its rehabilitation will always be difficult. And then the next value that my respondents emphasize is looking at the sociocultural value. No? It's a site of education, arts, and sciences. Historically, first universities were constructed in Intramuros. And right now, one of a respondents said that we have to see it now as a site where we need or we can educate people on a version of history according to the Filipinos. And secondly, it's a living community. It's a place of residence, a place of work, other than being a historical urban district. Intramuros, after all, according to my participant, continues to be a living community. It's about people. Intramuros, there are not just walls. It's about people who continue to live and struggle and have dreams and aspirations for the present and for the future. Next value is the spiritual value. We have to understand that Intramuros is the site of religious congregations. No? It's a center of Catholicism in the Philippines. And now it's a site of worship. It's a place of the Manila Cathedral, the first cathedral in the Philippines, and a site of a UNESCO World Heritage Site, San Agustin Church. So all of these things, no, some of my respondents gave emphasis, no, beyond the colonial, you have to look at the spiritual value of Intramuros. And then the political value. Now, historically, it's a place of colonial administration. According to one of my respondents, it is the place where the Philippines, or the then Philippines during the Spanish colonial time, was governed from Intramuros. And then secondly, they say that Intramuros is a place where we can see the roots of Philippine nationalism. Because according to one of my respondents, and I think books on liberalism and the French Revolution entered Intramuros. Intramuros being a global city, Intramuros being a place where people enter, different nationalities are there. So the conscious formation of Philippine nationalism has its roots in Manila. And then last but not the least, we have to understand also that coming from the previous presentation, the aesthetic, the architectural, and the technological value. No? Intramuros is a perfect example of Hispanic colonial urbanism in the Philippines and an application of the laws of the Indies, the plaza, the grid layout, and the churches. And colonial architecture, military and defense capacity, the bahay na bato architecture, and the walls and fortification system. So some of them even highlighted that it's an important character of the Intramuros, its walls and fortification system. And now that we have understand that these are the different values that gives emphasis that we have to see Intramuros beyond the colonial. Now let's look at the different subaltern heritage narratives that emphasize Intramuros as ours, as a Filipino heritage. So the first one is some of them connect Intramuros with the Filipino identity. Many continue to perceive it as an enclave for the Spaniards, with therefore little meaning for the making of the Philippines. But according to one of my respondents, it is impossible to imagine a Philippines without Intramuros de Manila. So Intramuros definitely has an important role in giving emphasis on how Filipino identity, national Filipino identity, is being understood in the present times. The next one is that we have to understand that Intramuros is not totally Spanish, but it's Spanish influence. Now, according to one of my respondents, Intramuros is part of us because over 333 years of Spanish influence, we all become a little bit Spanish. Your name, our attitudes, our religion, our words, the way we do certain things, the way we eat certain things are all Spanish influence. I am not saying they are Spanish, but they are Spanish influence. So in this regard, it is important for us to see that there are other sides of cultural influences inside Intramuros, not just the Spanish influence. And equally related to the other point, Intramuros is a product of Filipino craftsmanship. According to one of my respondents, it is Philippine heritage. The design is Spanish, but the execution is by Philippine hands. You can't deny that, and no one can deny that. It is a product of Filipino craftsmanship. It is a product of Filipino labor. You cannot remove that from the equation. It's very important. So whenever I see old buildings, I see the hands of who made the buildings, and they are Filipinos. And another one, maybe you can say it's Philip-Hispanic, but it was designed to address or to respond to our local context, which makes it very Filipino. So in that sense, it's a Filipino architecture. Talking about San Agustin Church. And another point, another subaltern heritage narrative is that Intramuros is a testament and a symbol to rise above colonization. So according to one of the video from Intramuros administration, Intramuros represents failure, but it also represents achievements. It's about time that our people should see Intramuros not just as a symbol of colonization, but the symbol of a spirit to rise above that. And another subaltern heritage narrative is that we are the ones who built Intramuros. Even if we were colonized in the past, we were able to reclaim Intramuros. So sabi nga yung isang unang interview, sino ba ang may hawak ng Intramuros ngayon? Diba? Tayo rin, tayong mga Pilipino. And then last but not the least, a very important analogy that one of my respondents has shared is that Intramuros can be seen as the Judas of the Filipino nation. So according to him, Intramuros, if you want to look at it from the nationalist perspectives, it's pretty much the Judas that we needed in order to make the Philippines emerge. Without Judas, no Christianity. Without Intramuros, no Philippines. So we condemn Judas, but forget to see that without Judas, there would be no Christianity. We should be actually honoring Intramuros rather than cursing him. So all in all, on the other side of my post-colonial heritage adjustment framework, we have seen how the people reinterpreted dissonant heritage meanings. Now, meanings of the Spanish colonial heritage at present are now being seen beyond its colonial association. Reinterpreted values and significance of the Spanish colonial heritage are now corresponding to the present needs and context of Intramuros. And then on the other hand, the second level, the resistance to subalternity and the reconstruction of the post-colonial identities, subaltern heritage narratives are produced to counter the subalternity experienced by the Filipinos in the heritage stories of Intramuros. And more importantly, Intramuros is being used as a marker, as a resource for upholding Filipino identity. So all in all, to serve as my conclusion, we have to understand that Intramuros is regarded now as the soul of the Filipino nation. And with it, the capacity of the post-colonial Filipinos to rise above and to reclaim their identity and territory. Intramuros represents the Filipinos' persistence and resilience in the 3 centuries of Spanish colonial control. Moreover, it also supported the proposition to recognize the local genius, the Indio response, the Filipinos' participation in the making and development of the Spanish colonial Intramuros. And last but not the least, reinterpreted beyond its colonial associations, it now signifies the Filipino adaptation, resilience, and response to the Spanish colonial domination. Although it may be viewed as colonial imprints, the Spanish colonial heritage of Intramuros are now reinterpreted as a product of Filipino genius, a manifestation of what is Filipino, and a testament of the reconstructed post-colonial identities of the Filipinos. Salamat, grazie, merci, thank you, maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Lursh. By the way, Lursh or Luigi?
Yes, parehas lang. Kahit alin.
Thank you so much for that. Now I'd like to call on our panelists for their commentaries. I'd like to start off with Elgin. Elgin, are there? What would you like to say?
Hello.
Presentation?
Hello. Wait lang, parang wala akong video, but sige na lang, okay lang.
Are you setting up? Because we can start with Claudia if you want.
Okay naman, I can speak naman.
Okay.
Anyway, sige. So, the presentation of Mr. Almojano criticized the current discourse, the history of Intramuros as too elite and too Spanish-centric, while it disregarded the silence narrative of the Indios in shaping the spaces of Intramuros through time. Okay, so by giving voice to the quote-unquote silent Indios, it could help in the reconstruction of the post-colonial identities of the Filipinos. Okay, but I have some couple questions here based on your presentation. So number one, what is the operational definition of post-colonial identities in your study? Because if you look at the concept of identities, there are a lot of scholars, they have varying definition of that. Especially the concept of Philippine identity, some are too essentialist, and also there are some are pluralist in their perspective about Philippine identities. Napakaraming punto de vista sa konsepto ng identidad. Okay, number two, in your point of view, how are we going to negotiate the conflicting perspective of the role of Intramuros in our history as a nation? Kasi di ba nasabi mo kanina, daming maraming mga perspective kung ano ba yung heritage in this context. No, maraming mga boses kailangan na dito papasok yung democratization of space, especially in this discourse. So, given that we have a lot of voices that talks about that concept, so paano natin ito matatahi, no? Or ano, para sa iyo, of course, as a researcher, ano yung boses mo dito? And number three, how are we going to retrieve the voices of the subalterns? Kasi ito yung problem kasi when we talk about about interpreting or analyzing subalternity, napakano din to, subjective din itong concept na to, no? So yeah, medyo mahirap to, kumbaga kung siguro it all boils down to how you angle for example some archival research or archival documents na pwede mo masabi na okay, it's subalternity, it's about resistance. Okay, but I will move to my some of my commentaries on your study. Okay, if there are primary sources or archival records that talks about the role of Indians and the Chinese in the history of Intramuros, it is also important to highlight it in your paper. Okay, are there instances where the are there instances where they resisted? Okay, the Chinese and also the Indians resisted the Spanish authority. And number two, I think it's really important to put your subject position, especially you are criticizing an institution, or especially you're criticizing a space. Okay, and it would give, I think, transparency, especially to your readers. And then I think I think nasabi ko na to kanina, if there are primary sources or archival records on the silence, role of the Indians and Chinese, you need to highlight it. Yun lang po.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Do I need to answer now or?
Yeah, you can answer now, Lursh, if you want.
Okay, sige. The first question of Sir.
Wait lang, nasabay ba yun? Naisabay ba yun? Na-take note mo yung mga question?
Yes, na-take note ko naman.
Okay, sige.
Okay, so the first question you were asking about the definition of identity. What is the post-colonial identity? This is also my dilemma as a researcher who worked on the post-colonial discourse, especially when we talk about identities. But I took the conservative definition of saying that I'm looking at the identities based on the perspective on a national scale. So since I am national scale, I'm looking at Intramuros as a point of reference, given that it is considered as the first point of the emergence of the national identity, national consciousness. But I understand, basing on the perspective of my respondents as well, in my master's thesis, there's mas makapal kasi yung ethnographic data dun sa thesis ko, pero yung paper na na-submit is very limited on the accounts. But most of the ideas of identity discussed there by my respondents is not essentialist. No, hindi siya exclusively Filipino na walang imprint of colonial influences. For them, Filipino identity is multiple perspective, multiple influences. So yun nga din yung binanggit ng isa kong respondent na hinighlight ko kanina, that let's look at this as influences to our own culture, the Spanish influences. So that's the answer to your first question. To your second question, how do we manage the voices, especially when we talk about the democratization of spaces, since they are competing perspective in the dissonant heritage narratives. So this is the emerging perspective nowadays with different heritage scholars. When we talk about dissonance in heritage, is first and foremost you have to acknowledge that not everyone will be happy with the prevailing dominant heritage discourse. So kaya nga nabuo yung dissonant heritage ni Ashworth and Tunbridge, because for them, if there is somebody that claims that they have this heritage, inheritance, on the other side of the coin, there will be disinheritance in the process. So everything in the case of dissonant heritage, it is difficult to manage these voices. Kasi kapag may isang makakakuha at makaka-claim na this is our identity, there will be another perspective that will definitely say na, okay, we were being disinherited from this narrative. So, but most of the scholars nowadays in heritage studies are pushing for plurality of voices. Since there are multiple perspectives and competing, most of the recommendations of some scholars is to find the middle ground. But I understand, as a scholar, as a heritage practitioner, it's difficult to find a middle ground, especially when you're confronted with issues of modernization, economic pressures. So yun yung mga mahirap na mga bosses na i-manage. Pero definitely, what they are saying is that the important role of the government, no, Intramuros administration for this matter, as an important voice in managing all of these spaces. No? So yun yung mahalagang sagot doon. So how to manage the voices. And the third one, no, so I also share this question, no, as a researcher, ito yung hindi nagpapatulong sa akin nung nagsusulat ako ng thesis ko, no, how to retrieve the voices of the subalternity. Kasi Spivak herself is saying that subaltern, how do we hear the voices of the subaltern? How can the subaltern speak? Di ba yun yung sinasabi ni Spivak? And how can we retrieve voices of subalternity? So for this case, no, so my master's thesis is very different from the usual technological understanding of heritage, because I look at the social aspect of heritage. And in this matter, subalternity is an important mechanism to understand that there are colonial subalterns, especially when we talk about colonial spaces, urban heritage spaces. And for me, I cannot. It's a researcher dilemma. Now, how do you retrieve the voice? Kasi for some, they are saying that you cannot retrieve the voice of the subaltern, and you have to let them speak themselves. So dapat sila yung magsalita, sila yung magbigay ng perspektibo nila doon sa nangyayaring diskurso. But for the case of my thesis, no, about what I use is the subaltern heritage narratives. No, so if you go back to this definition by Laura Jane Smith, a heritage expert, archaeologist, he used the subaltern heritage narratives to highlight the voices of the subalterns in resisting the dominant perspective. So in that way, ito yung sagot ko na ginamit ko yung subaltern heritage narratives to fight back, to resist subalternity. And with the case of the archival records, no, I understand. Thank you very much for that very important point. No, wala akong masyadong kinonsult na archival historical documents that highlighted the narratives in the historical documents. No, but what I did was ethnographic interviews, wherein most of my respondents, especially Dr. Sir Shalsita, Dr. Gat Bunton, they exemplified, no, to highlight then the importance of the indigenous, the Indio response. No? And the last point is about the positionality. No? So ito rin siguro yung medyo struggling ako in my research. No? How do I position myself in these different scenarios? Pero thank you very much for that. Siguro in my master's thesis, mas dun makikita, mas lalabas yung positionality ko on the perspective at hand. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you sa sagot. Ang napaka-interesting atin ng mga sagot mo. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Elgin, for that commentary. Now, I'd like to ask Claudia. Are you ready?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Luigi, for that very stimulating and interesting presentation. So huge thanks as well for the Intramuros administration for inviting me again, now as a panelist, for this second Young Scholars Conference. Thanks to the efforts of Rancho and your team. Okay, so I would like to share my reflection on Luigi's presentation. So basically, you're talking about the dissonant heritage and this resistance to subalternity. So we all know that the Philippines is a latecomer and a neophyte in heritage conservation practice. Having belatedly begun its initiatives in the late 1960s, so wherein the Filipino legislators understood the necessity of conservation in the aftermath of World War II. So, of course, there were other imperatives, better imperatives at that time, which is they prioritized the economy, of course, the country above all else, rather than the heritage or rebuilding the city. So, I would just like to ask, since you're talking about post-colonial identity, so I understand that your focus is much more on the Spanish colonization period. But I was wondering, why did you skip about the period of American colonization and the Japanese occupations? Because if we're talking about dissonant heritage, I think the period wherein the Japanese entered Manila, and of course, damaged Intramuros, is much more dissonant. It kind of brings different feelings, negative feelings, rather than the focus of your study, which is Spanish. Because if you're talking about post-colonial identity, it's very, very unlikely to compartmentalize, the time period. Kasi if we were talking about what Intramuros is, for us today, we could not discount what happened in between. So yes, that's my first point to ask for you. And then also we understand that buildings and spaces contain evidences and symbolisms useful in understanding the past. So the design, the detail, and configuration provides us an opportunity to closely read what happened, or a window of the past. So in this, I think you also missed the fact that during the post-colonial period, we have this ideology brought about the administration of Marcos, which is the New Filipinism. And how did it affect, that identity, that kind of view of what is Filipino in terms of framing it in the whole narrative of what Intramuros is? So you kind of missed that point, and maybe I'll give you time to respond on that. And what do you think? Because during that time, if we were talking about this notion of the Marcos's new Filipinism ideology, he kind of goes back to the native, the more indigenous elements, and at the same time, it's also under his administration, wherein he froze, the visual identity of Intramuros as something to note as Spanish. So I think I want to know more about your insights on that. So I think there's this imbalance and contradiction of that ideology versus what happened with the PD 1616 and the Declaration of Intramuros and the Fort Santiago, and why is there a need to freeze for example the kind of style generally into the Spanish identity or Spanish look, if I may say. And the bigger picture of your paper, it bids a bigger question. So what should become of Intramuros identity, and how has it been defined through the decades, and by whom? So you're talking about Laura Jane Smith authorized heritage discourse, right? So I want to know also your thoughts on that. And what do you mean by, you mentioned in your paper and of course in your presentation many times, qualified acceptance. So I want to if you could emphasize more on what do you mean by qualified acceptance, what is being qualified and who qualifies it, what is the role of the people. So if you're talking about subalternity, we could in your methodology, you've interviewed and you've managed to utilize the previous ILS webinars. So these are the people who are somehow outsiders, because outsiders in Intramuros, I know they're experts, but they really don't live in Intramuros. Maybe they spent much of their time working within Intramuros, or they have the familiarity because they're so-called experts. But what about the common people who lives in Intramuros? Did you manage to somehow get their response? And I'm kind of I kind of don't agree with the term of in your methodology that this is an ethnographic study. So among all the qualitative methodologies, I think what you did is an interview. So, and then if you could share your observations during your interview, your notes, because in conducting an ethnographic methodology, a case study, you have to spend a long time in a particular site, and you have to engage yourself in the people. And of course, I know the difficulties that you encountered during the pandemic, but I think you have to kind of revise that part, because it kind of gives a different impression to me. na, oh, baka you spent a long time in Intramuros and you really engage with the people. So that thus yung mga responses. But yeah, reading your paper, I know these people, and it's not a surprise that this is their response because they have a familiarity. So what about the other people? So that's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Claudia. So to answer your questions, so the first one is on the post-colonial identities. Now, what happened to the other than the Spanish perspective, the American and the Japanese perspective, especially when we talk about the long period of the of the colonization of the Philippines. For this case, no, I have to paulit-ulit ko sinasabi to na my paper that I have submitted here is well, technically it's limited by the number of pages that was proposed by the rules of the conference. No? But in my master's thesis, there is a discussion there on what happened during the American colonial period and what happened on the Japanese period. And I understand that these are important points, especially when we talk about the American period, wherein they are conflicted if either they should preserve Intramuros or they should modify Intramuros. And we know that their plan was the Burnham plan, was the answer that to preserve Intramuros while developing areas outside Intramuros. And in the relationship of post-colonial identities, no, so definitely it has impacted the present day analysis of what is post-colonial Filipino nowadays. So, well, forgive me for I have it wasn't very explicitly written in the paper, but I understand that is really an important point. So, thank you very much for that. On the second note, no, idudugsong na rin natin, no, after the Japanese period, we all know that the Marcos era, especially, is very instrumental in the emergence of Intramuros administration. And with that, no, we understand the importance of bagong lipunan in that scenario wherein they advocated na going back to the indigenous roots, going back to the pre-colonial identities. And in this relation, Intramuros became an important heritage site that is somehow exempted to that kind of narrative, because as we have seen in PD 1616, the major narrative there is to make it a monument to the Spanish colonial period. So we have seen there the difference in the discourse. But definitely, on the other hand, we have to acknowledge the important role of the Marcos period in the institutionalization of Intramuros administration. And in the matter, sinabi nga rin ni Rancho, no, nag-interview kami na it's impossible to tell the story of Intramuros without looking at the Marcos era, the Marcos period, because technically this is the point where the institutionalization of the Intramuros administration happened. And to answer the other questions, no, so the qualified acceptance. No? So why did I say it's qualified acceptance? First and foremost, we have to understand that it is qualified first because there's dissonance. No? So the dissonance in itself is an answer why it's a qualified acceptance. With the dissonance in itself, there are competing perspectives. And right now, it's being preserved, not necessarily because of a single reason. No? So kung makikita nyo dun sa narrative na binanggit ko, there are multiple competing perspectives. And that's why it's qualified right now. When you look at the mandate of the conservation management plan, especially when you look at the CNP, so they are advocating with the concept of resilience of Intramuros through time. So in here, we can see that there are multiple layers of impact, multiple layers of influences, no, from Spanish, it continued to American, Japanese, and even the present times, the present the community which are presently living in Intramuros, they have contributed to this qualified acceptance and changing perspective on the idea of being Spanish colonial heritage, of being colonial in that sense. And on the matter of the people, the outsiders, no? So this is the dilemma, especially when you talk about essentialist definition of ethnography, when people are very much confined with the traditional methods of ethnography. But when you look at digital ethnography, this advocates, that we have to go beyond the traditional definition of ethnography, because ethnography can happen in online spaces, especially right now that we are in a pandemic. And for my case, I stand with my methodology that it's ethnographic case study, because on the other hand, I still have my vegan field site wherein I did field work there as well, and immersion with the community. And I have to understand that the limitations of this pandemic definitely give us an opportunity to rethink what do we mean by ethnography. Does it mean that we have to be physically present? So how do we become physically present in this pandemic times? But I understand that there are certain limitations and affordances when you talk about your traditional definition of ethnography. But I offered a methodological answer on that limitation. And it's difficult really to do field work in this pandemic, especially when you talk about heritage narratives. And that's it. Did I miss something? So that would be my response.
Can I respond to you?
Yes.
So I think for Intramuros, the culture of heritage fed into the rhetoric of the Marcos's New Society. So his ideology of New Philippinism made connections with, like what I've said and you said, vernacular and historical elements for the promotion of the country. So one of these elements was how Intramuros was seen unique not only within the Philippines but also internationally. And going back to this native and non-colonial elements, which makes Intramuros unique. Hence, that ideology. So therefore, it became a selling point. The Intramuros became a selling point for when the Marcoses tried to create that attention for the Philippines internationally. So essentially, what can I say? The Marcos Heritage Campaign was saying tourism without using the word tourism. So in addition, that nativization of Intramuros as a space was also problematic in many levels. So the image for me of Intramuros, and I don't know if for you as well, is Spanish Manila, and it's also a place in the contemporary narrative of the city of Manila, which is no way related with, in no way related with the native elements. In that sense, I would like to ask your perspective if you think Intramuros is romanticized.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. In that manner, how do we? Or I have to acknowledge that it's a difficult question. So first, for that matter, because what do we mean by romanticization? Romanticization. So in that manner, this type of questions is for me on one side it's political. No, because when we talk about the aspect of Intramuros administration, they are in charge of regulating how should be how should Intramuros look like. No, so they have the design standards. No, what kind of facade can be allowed in Intramuros? What are the specifications of buildings? No, so in that manner, we have to understand that there is this scenario as well of how does tourism play in this manner. Kasi yung consideration kasi nito, no, how do we make it authentic? How do we make it different from other heritage sites? And what makes Intramuros unique is that it is standing out in the city of Manila. So katulad nung sinabi ng isa ko na interview rin, no, it's the closest to the iconic architecture that Manila has. And it can be used as the identity marker of Intramuros. And with that, no, so in a way, may isang nagsabi nga ako na respondent, no, for him, Intramuros is Disneyfied. It's corny. It's kitschy. No, yung reconstruction na nangyari daw sa Intramuros is in that manner, no, may ganung perspektibo rin talaga na where do we draw the line between how do we advocate, no, a certain parameter on conserving a place, conserving the significance of a place without crossing the line of being romanticizing, no, Disneyfication of a heritage site. So and I understand that this is a difficult question. No, I mean it's how do you design a standard that becomes a perfect and acceptable standard na hindi siya Disneyfied. So it's well for me as a researcher, as a emerging young researcher. It's difficult for me to answer these questions right now. I am still immersing in the plethora of ideas in this manner. So, but I understand, no. Where do we draw the line? When can we say that it's romanticized? When can we say that we are being true with the spirit of the place? When can we say that we are being true with the significance of the place? So for me, it's a very difficult question. But there are different perspectives that we have. And this is an example of dissonance in itself. No, so how do we say that we are being true with the essence of being a Spanish colonial heritage of our Hispanic heritage? So it's very difficult.
John?
Yes, Aljen, would you like to say something?
Okay. But I don't know if this is an appropriate methodology in your paper because I actually learned this from my class in art studies. For example, maybe you can browse sa Instagram. Yung dami mga pictures doon. Tapos how people would define Intramuros and maybe you can do some thematic analysis on that because I think most of your responses were from the academe or from people in the administration. And what we're trying to do here is to give voice especially to the masses, no? Of course, kasi yung the tendency is that parang ano lang siya, parang nasa ivory tower lang yung perspective. Parang nasa taas lang. So, maybe we can try in a creative manner since we are in the pandemic, sa Instagram or sa Facebook, paano nila na-conceptualize na shape yung para sa kanila yung perception or para sa kanila yung phenomenological aspect of Intramuros in their point of view. Well, ganun. Yeah.
And to add pala dun sa question kasi you're asking about the other voices, no? Kasi I use the Intramuros, We Are Intramuros videos. So in the We Are Intramuros videos there, I incorporated si Ma'am Edna Afable, the vendor in Intramuros, the guard, no, Sir Quijano, and then the pedicab drivers, no. So I incorporate the cochero driver. It's also included in my master's thesis, no, yung mga perspective nila. Na yun nga, siguro yung limitations lang din na dahil nga ethnographic, no, it's very, no, the number of pages, it's not suffice for my Pero in my master's thesis there, you can see that I included perspective outside the heritage experts per se na we categorize. No? And then, I also browse posts din. No? Siguro maganda nga yun, thematic analysis din of syempre, nowadays, Intramuros are using hashtag travel from home. No? Siguro yun, yung what do they miss about Intramuros? Coming from that perspective, we can see how do popular conceptions about Intramuros are doing right now, especially in
Kasi interesting din kung paano nag-mediate, especially ang digital technology and how people make sense of their, first, the built environment. So, yeah, pwede nyo siya. Yun na po.
Thank you. Kasi yun nga, medyo, ang hirap din kasi yung na-propose ko kasi na methodology, it was proposed in a pre-COVID times. So, yung difficulty talaga to do fieldwork right now, it's hindi ako pinatulog nitong fieldwork na to. Kaya kasi nga, during that time of March, no, I still lack ethnographic interviews. No? That's why I did the analysis of the We Are Intramuros videos. Kasi in a sense, this is an interview asking people, no, what do you think of Intramuros? What is Intramuros for you? So in that sense, no, yun, isa siyang mekanismo to see how do other people see Intramuros. So thank you very much for saying.
Thank you.
Right. Right. Unfortunately, we're running out of time for the commentaries. So don't worry because we're going to produce a proceedings report after this, and panelists can put everything that they want in the written commentary in the report. Right. So we now go on to the Q&A. So thank you, Dr. Jose Victor Torres, for being so supportive of our conference. Thank you so much. He was the former historian of the Intramuros administration for the longest time, for many decades. So he has a question for you, Mr. Luigie. So he said, Mr. Almojano's talk is interesting. I would like to ask, did he ask questions on the point of view on Intramuros during the period of restoration from the early 60s to the present time, when views on colonial heritage became layered with restoration, preservation, and promotion? Because this is where the so-called dissonance occurred, which may not, sorry, what is this?
Exactly, I think.
Which not exactly be a dissonance, but a cycle of change of ideas.
Okay. So for that case, no, ang isang na-interview ko kasi is Dr. Gat Banton. So Dr. Gat Banton is part of the initial team of the restoration team. And on the second hand, no, I also read about Lasafin's book, no? And what's the other name of that? There's another book, no, aside from Lasafin. And doon tinrace talaga yung evolution ng heritage conservation measures, especially coming from restoration, no, preservation, and promotion. Well, for this answer, no, ang point of view kasi nito is from the beginning, no, they are lost. No, according to Professor Dr. Gatbanton, no, what are we going to restore? That's the first question. So that's why they did, looking for archival photos, looking for a different guides on how to restore Intramuros. On the other hand, changing rhetoric on heritage studies transform into preservation. So how do we transform from merely restoring to preserving the fabric, no, technological, technical, and then cultural fabric. And then the last is a promotion, no, which is nowadays nakitang-kita natin sa present Intramuros administration, wherein they are in a stronghold of promoting Intramuros. And yun nga, no. So in a way, for me, this is still dissonance kasi there are still competing ideas on how we should preserve Intramuros, no. So restoration ba to, preservation ba to. So yun, in that way, that's multiplicity of competing perspectives in a way. So for that case, I think there's still dissonance on that matter. And even though we see it a changing of ideas on the rhetoric of heritage conservation or preservation, still, no, the political move, no, on how to advocate, no, which kind of restoration efforts, and especially with the plans, no, we see the last this morning the attorney Sido's talk, yung mga different plans na in-implement o hindi na-implement at hindi na nagamit ng Intramuros administration. These are evidences of competing perspectives that somehow naglalaro at naglalaban-laban kung paano i-restore or conserve or preserve ang Intramuros.
Thank you so much for that. If given your framework, your findings, and your conclusion, if you were given the chance to rebrand the image of Intramuros right now, for example, you are part of the government or part of IA. For example, if you're given the chance to rebrand the image of Intramuros, how would you recommend, or how would you do that? How would you, based on, of course, on your research?
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, I ended my research, no, saying that it is now a manifestation of what is Filipino. It is now a representation of the response of the Indio in the past. And then for this matter, if I would be rebranding Intramuros image, I would say that it's a layer of heritages. No? So coming from Spanish colonial heritage, moving from the American, Japanese period, and then the present living community nowadays, we are contributing to the what we can call, no, heritage of Intramuros. No? That's why it's very apt to say that it's heritage of resilience. Kasi through time, yung layers of perspective, even pre-colonial pala, we have to understand that there's also a need to revisit the pre-colonial culture, the pre-colonial narrative, like what is Intramuros before. So with that, siguro ganun ko siya i-rebrand. No? Intramuros is it's a multi-layered heritage. No? It's a heritage of resilience, no, through time.
Thank you for that. Now, in the conservation management plan of Intramuros, the statement of significance can be summarized in one word, which is resilience. Would you agree that this is indeed the statement of significance of the district in its more than 400 years of history?
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, I understand and I agree with the term resilience in that manner. Because what I have read in the conservation management plan, no, yung narrative na sinasabi nila na even though nagbabago-bago, changing layers of people who are residing inside Intramuros still persisted. The structure, for one, still persisted. So that's, in a way, an evidence of resilience. Resilience also can be seen in the way how from the pre-colonial to Spanish, to American, to Japanese, and at present, the living community there, together with the Intramuros administration, are creating narratives about what is Intramuros. And that in itself is a testament of resilience. That Intramuros it's a layer of histories, layer of stories. And then with that, no, I think no significant. That's the essence of the significance of Intramuros. Na hindi lang din siya makahon na Spanish colonial imagery.
We have a question from BB Monkey from Zoom. Hello, Professor Almojano. I understand that there are many interpretation and conception of our Spanish colonial heritage among our fellow Filipinos, but we cannot deny that the colonial gaze is still dominant in our historical discourse. So what should we do as researchers, curators, cultural or tourism workers? So what should we do? So how do we deal with these differing notions or theorizing of our colonial past? How do we present our heritage, taking into consideration these subaltern concepts? So even in schools through curricular or textbook, what is the more appropriate pedagogy when it comes to colonial heritage? How much do we embrace or how much should we repudiate?
Thank you very much for that question. So this is indeed an important pedagogical concern, especially when we teach about history. This semester I have three sections of kasaysayan. Kasaysayan 1, History of the Philippines. And I think that the most important approach first is to make students understand, especially the pre-colonial beginnings of the Philippines. So in this manner, we should understand and we have to let them understand the different perspective that can negate the ethnocentric biases, especially in the historical narrative. Yung mga pag-aakala natin na ang mga Filipinos are savages, they subjected themselves with the colonial domination. But it's important, for example, in my class, the modules that we are using, we start with the pre-colonial communities. What is the pre-colonial society in the Philippines? That's one approach for students. And second, curricular revision. This is important kasi I previously worked with the Department of Education. I am involved with the planning and program planning of the different education programs. First and foremost, there's a need to provide technical support. That's another thing. Historians, social scientists should provide feedback din dun sa mga books, and especially right now the modules, maraming mga modules na lumalabas. And there's a need to revisit the periodization siguro and the manner we teach students history. Kasi yun nga, most of my students, they are complaining. First impression nila sa history is, pag may memoryahin na naman kami ng mga dates, ng mga tao. Siguro yung ganon, dun magsisimula sa pedagogy and then the curriculum and then implementation of the curriculum itself. We have to capacitate our teachers. We have to provide training, and research is also an important mechanism for teachers to be engaged with the changing literature, especially when we talk about history, which is changing every day. Siguro pahapiyaw. Kasi if we are gonna answer this question, it's maraming layers, systemic, educational, political, yan. So siguro yun muna on that layer. Speaking from my experience as a present instructor.
Thank you so much for that. And for your last question for this session, for those who would like to study this further, for our viewers who are just being introduced to this topic, or for our more advanced members of the public na mas marami na silang nabasa about this. So, one, what would you recommend for the beginners sa topic na to? And of course, number two, for those na mas advanced. So, what materials would you recommend, both primary and secondary?
Okay. Sige, siguro dun sa preliminary na resource siguro, Robert Reed about colonial Manila. Si Rancho lang din yung nag-introduce sa akin yan. So that's an important literature. It's a very good literature to read as well. And yung kay Sir Victor Torres na book about Intramuros, yung walking through Intramuros. That's a very good introductory book as well. The books published by Intramuros administration in the past, with Dr. Gat Bonton and other researchers. That's a very good starting point. And then with heritage, you can start with well, yung sa Dissonant Heritage, no, si Asworth and Tunbridge, Laura Jane Smith, no, Uses of Heritage, no, Authorized Heritage Discourse, and the Subaltern Heritage Narratives. And then Professor Shalsita. No, this is an important book as well, no, Authentic Though Not Exotic. No, yun din, maganda rin yung mabasa yun about how do we debate, no, Filipino identity, especially considering the Hispanic influences. And for the more advanced, no, primary sources, no, alam ni Rancho, tumambay ako sa archives nila. Pinicturean ko yung Plano Turistica, no, so you start from there, no. It's important also to see yung evolution ng plans, no, kasi from there you can definitely see how do the changing meanings are also happening when it comes to Intramuros. And yung kay Professor Lasapin and Astea Santiago, thank you Sir Victor Torres. So yun, sila rin yung mga books na very comprehensive yung discussion nila on the evolution of Intramuros. And syempre, basahin nyo rin yung CMP kasi yun, nakatulong din talaga yun sa akin at present, yung conservation management plan ng Intramuros to summarize, no, what has been with Intramuros in the past up to the present. No, yung how did we come up with the end word, which is resilience? Doon malalaman nyo sa conservation management.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Almojano. That was a very interesting presentation. Now we proceed with our third session for today, for day one. So may I call on Kinah Baguan from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, who will be presenting her paper in Filipino, titled Kritikal na Pagsusuri sa Casa, Manila at Museo de Intramuros bilang Imahe ng Intramuros 1981 to 2020. Now, unfortunately, Miss Baguan's internet connection is not quite stable for today, but she prepared a recording of her presentation. So we're going to play this recording right now. Jeff, can you share your screen? Later, hopefully later, Kinah's internet would improve so that she would be able to join us in the Q&A. Jeff, are you there? Jeff? Right.
Yes, sharing now. Okay.
Magandang tanghali po sa inyo lahat. Nais kong magbigay ng pasasalamat sa pagpapaunlak ng inyong atensyon sa kabila ng mga nangyayari sa ating lipunan. Ako po si Kinah at kinagagalak ko ibahagi sa inyo ang aking panimulang pag-aaral na pinamagatang Kritikal na Pagsusuri sa Casa, Manila at Museo de Intramuros bilang Imahe ng Intramuros mula 1981 hanggang sa kasalukuyan. So ngayon, ang Intramuros ay kinikilala bilang Cultural Heritage Site dahil ito ay pinapalooban ng common interest ng Pilipino. Ang mga matatandang simbahan, kabilang na ang mga estruktura at mga colonial na collection ay bahagi ng tangible values na tumatayong kultural na representasyon ng pamanang halaga na Intramuros at ang patrimonyo ng bansa. So sa katunayan, ang mga kultural na polisiya na layunin ng pamahalaan ang restorasyon at preserbasyon ng Intramuros ay nakaayon sa Presidential Decree G74 o Cultural Properties and Conservation Act at Presidential Decree 1616 of creating Intramuros Administration for the purpose of restoring and administering the development in Intramuros. So ayon sa PD 374, ang Estado ay may responsibilidad na pamahalaan ng mga cultural sites at artifacts bilang bahagi ng pagkakakilanlan ng mga Filipino. Samantala, sa kaso ng Intramuros, ayon sa PD 1616, ang IA o Intramuros Administration ay binigyan ng pambansang mandato na pangalagaan ang kabuoang Intramuros bilang bahagi ng kamalaya sa kasaysayan. So sa pag-unawa ng mga kultural na pulsiya at pangangalaga ng mga koleksyon, mahalaga maunawaan ang institutional theory of art ni Danto na kumikilala sa gampanin ng mga curators at institusyon bilang gatekeepers sa bawat collection bilang cultural na konteksto. So, ayon sa kanya, a work of art in the classificatory sense is an artifact, a set of aspects in which has conferred upon it the status of the candidate for appreciation and by some person or people acting in behalf of the certain institution or the art world. So, batay dito sa teoryang ito na ginamit ko sa aking pag-aaral, nagkaroon ako ng mga susing katanungan at isa na rito ang ano ang naging papel ng Intramuros Administration sa pagpapalaganap ng ideolohiya ng pag-imahe ng Intramuros. Kaya na rin ang mga exhibition ba ay maaaring tingnan bilang indikasyon ng kolonyal na kasaysayan o posible ba itong forma ng pagsalungat sa pamamagitan ng pagbalik-tanaw ng sariling karanasan. So, sa pagkilala ng Casa Manila at Museo de Intramuros bilang mga pamanang museo, mahalagang maunawaan din ang definisyon ng pamana. So, ano nga ba ang pamana? So, ilang sa mga pag-aaral ay kumikilala ito sa apat na aspeto. Una, ito ay masasabing legasiya o something that is passed down to future generation. Sunod, ang pagkakakilanlan o identity na subjektibo ito o subjective ito sa bawat culture at pagsasalugar o a sense of placemaking. So, dito, nagkakaroon ng certain na importansya sa lugar. At sunod naman ang pakikibahagi o sense of belonging na parang magiging parte ng isang komunidad. So sabi nga ng isang scholar na si Holzer, ang kontemporaneryong konteksto ng pamana ay nagsisilbing kasalukuyang estratehiya sa ekonomiko at kultural na pag-unlad. Ilan sa mga naitalang artikulasyon sa kontemporaneryong konteksto nito ay una, ang representasyon. So, ang representasyon ay tumutukoy sa mga kagamitan o imahe o ang visual display. Sunod naman yung lugar na bumabagtas ito sa notion ng nakaraan at alaala sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay halaga sa isang lugar. Sunod, ang panahon bilang isang prosesong panlipunan o social process. Ang pag-unawa sa nakaraan ay nagbabago ayon sa kasalukuyan at panghinaharap na interes. So, sunod naman, ang politika o politics. Ang pagsalaysay sa nakaraan ay nakabatay sa dominanteng ideolohiya na sumasangay sa usaping kapangyarihan at autoridad. At next, autenticidad o authenticity, kung pagbabatayan ang puristang pananaw sa pag-represent ng nakaraan. Tumutugon ito ng representasyon ng nakaraan bilang fabrication na. So, hindi siya literal na mare-represent as is, but it's a form of fabrication of narratives. At sunod, ang panlasang popular o ang pagtingin sa kasaysayan na tumutugon sa popular na panlasa at hangaring pang-aliw. At last, ito ay kinikilala bilang estratehiya sa pag-unlad o ang mga heritage sites sa kabilang na rin ang mga heritage museums tulad ng Casa Manila at Museo de Intramuros ay kinikilala bilang cultural capital na makatutulong sa ekonomikong pag-unlad lalo na ngayon na sa sitwasyon natin ngayon na unti-unti nagiging challenging talaga yung bubukas ng mga cultural sites kabilang ng mga museums. Ngunit hindi ito naging hadlang dahil with the rise of digital platforms, ang mga virtual exhibition ay nagsisilbing alternatibong espasyo sa pagkatuto at yun. So, sunod, una kong pag-aaralan o ipapahagi sa inyo ang Museo de Intramuros bilang Ecclesiastical Museum. So, sa ngayon, ang restorasyon ng Museo de Intramuros ay ang dating simbahan ng San Ignacio. Ito ay pinasimulan noong 2018 na layunin na itanghal ang mga kultural na kagamitan sa pamamagitan ng exhibition. So, sa pamumuno ng IA, particular na ang kritikal at malikhaing interpretasyon ni na Dr. Esperanza Gatmonton, Ginoong Gino Gonzales, Dr. Cecilia de la Paz, Ginoong Santiago Pilar, at Ginoong Martin Tino, ang Eklesiastikong Museo ay nilapatan na akademikong interpretasyon na umuunawa sa Spanish colonial tradition in Philippine visual arts. So, makikita natin sa exhibition dito ang diskurso ng Spanish colonial tradition in Philippine visual arts. So dito, ipinapakita ng mga bawat exhibition, gaya na rin ang mga collection, ang iba't ibang aspeto. Una, kinikilala dito ang sining bilang tool to propagate the Catholic faith or ang Kristyanismo. So, sunod naman, ang introduction of new art forms and techniques. Kabilang na dito ang mga icons, santos, engravings, and Chinese brush stroke na hindi naman ito traditional talaga na parte ng Philippine art. But during the Spanish colonization, nagkaroon ng shift or on looking at these new forms of art. And sunod naman, ang mga colonial experience of the Filipino people. So dito, pinakita ko dito o pinag-aralan ko kung saan nga ba makikita yung karanasan ng mga Pinoy sa pamamagitan ng collection or just a visual representation of it. And sunod, yung local appropriation of Western iconography, lalo na sa religious icons in the art. So, ang mga sumusunod na exhibition ay nakahanay sa tematikong pag-uunawa. So, una dito ang larawan or religious images and as representation. Dito, makikita yung mga paintings ng mga religious icons. Kabilang na dito si Jesus Christ, yung Sagrada Familia, kaya na rin yung mga patron saints na kilala sa buong Manila. Sunod, ang sakramento o the centrality of the main altar. So dito makikita yung gold collection na, not just gold, a bronze something na metal collection, stand corrected, metal collection na in terms of retablos and mga santos din. And then, the third one, I think, it's the Santo around us, the images of the saints for home devotion. So dito, makikita natin yung mga wooden popular santos in a form of saints or image of Christ and at the same time, yung image ni Immaculate Conception and Mary. So, I'm not sure if today, since ginawa ko yung pag-aaral before the lockdown, but I think yung curatorial aspect ng buong Museo de Intramuros is still in progress. So, nagkakaroon ng different shiftings in terms of the exhibition. So, sa kasalukuyan, I'm sure na nagkaroon na iba't ibang exhibition pa dito. At kabilang na rin yung digital platform sa Google Arts and Culture, no? So, sa aking pag-aaral, tinignan ko ang mga sculptures o mga religious icons na bilang part of not just Filipino artistry, but as well as Filipino history. So, dito, mula sa traditional na paglililok ng mga anito, before pa magkaroon ng colonization, nagkaroon ng mga ganitong forma ng icons like mga santo upang palitan ito yung mga traditional customs. So, dito sa Museo de Intramuros, makikita yung mga popular santos na in the form of Immaculate Conception and yung image ni Christ, kaya na rin yung mga Santo Niños. No? Pero kumpara siya sa classical na type ng mga santos, ginagawa sa porcelain, yung mga popular na santo ay mas ornamental. Nakita ko na mas ornamental at hindi proportion yung katawan at mas expressive yung muka. So, nakikita rin dito na based sa mga images na static yung figure. So, yun, isa sa mga naitalang characteristics ng Filipino popular santos. So, ilan sa mga local na simbolismo na makikita sa mga iba't ibang icons tulad dito ng mga nandyan sa screen ay ang anghel na nasa babaan ng Immaculate Conception. So, usually, in a classical manner, wala yung angel. So, yung napansin ko, in these popular santos, nagkaroon ng intersection of symbolism na yung mga angels ay nasa baba. Isa to sa mga translation, local translation. At ngayon na rin, may mga santos din na nagkakaroon ng representation ng kamay na nananalangin. And gayon na rin yung expression sa mukha. Makikita natin na mas expressive nga ito. Sunod naman, yung mga paintings no, na mga religious icons. So, napansin ko na common sa tema ng based sa exhibitions, ilan sa mga common na themes dito ay ang icon ng La Sagrada Familia, ang portrait ng mga santo, crucifixion, gayon na rin yung patron saints, and some of the portraits of Immaculate Conception. So, makikita natin na just like the sculptures, nagkakaroon ng anti-classical interpretation sa mga visual images dahil na rin siguro sa alienation ng sa Katolikong iconography. So, sabi din, nakita ko rin na ilan sa mga popular theme ng images of Christ ay yung tema ng pagdurusa o suffering. So, kinilala ko ang tema ng pagdurusa o na imahe ni Kristo bilang refleksyon ng lokal na danas o dahas ng nadulot ng colonization. So, isa ito sa mga kailangan na tandaan when in terms of Spanish colonization in Philippine visual art. So next would be the Casa Manila bilang lifestyle museum. So ang forma nito ay hinalin tulad sa tradisyonal na estruktura na bahay na bato. So, ang restorasyon ay pinamunuan ng dating IA administrator na si Ginoong Jaime Laya noong 1981. At ang mga permanente exhibition ay nasa kasalukuyang pamumuno ni Ginoong Santos. Ito ay bumabakas sa kasaysayan, sining, teknolohiya, at pananampalataya sa Manila noong ika-19 na siglo o 19th century. So ang mga antigong koleksyon mula sa iba't ibang bansa tulad ng China, Europa, at ay nagpapayabon sa diskursong Philippine secular art bilang produkto ng liberal at secular na ideya dulot ng diasporang karanasan ng mga Filipino. So particular na dito yung mga prinsipalya na kinilala bilang patron ng sining. So from this church o simbahan bilang patron ng arts, nagkaroon ng gradual shift in the late 19th century na yung mga prinsipalya ay naging patron ng sining na kung saan kinikilala dito yung mga art commissions na nakita nga sa Casa Manila. Ilan dito ay yung mga portraits at kayo na rin yung mga embellishments na makikita sa walls and yung mga sculptures o mga retablos. So, ang akademikong pagsasanay ay humubog sa sining ng Pilipinas sa panahon ng ika-19 na siglo. So, isa na rito yung Academia de Bujo na pinamunuan ni Damian Domingo na yun, nagkaroon ng understanding sa Philippine secular art. So, based dito sa pag-aaral na ito, kinilala ang ilan sa mga characteristics ng Philippine secular art ay una ang assertion of individual ego o ang pagkakaroon ng individualistic attitude sa art. Hybrid, so nakikita natin yung local appropriation of the Western motifs. Sunod, highly specialistic, since nagbukas ng mga school of art, ay nagkaroon ng mas detailed na attention sa technicalities in terms of painting and sculpture. At sunod naman, ito ay nakita na iba sa everyday na pamumuhay. At bilang mga sa exhibition ay kinikilala ang mga antigong kagamitan nito bilang mga commodity which is driven by commercial success, at ito rin ay kinikilala bilang social status ng mga mayayaman noong ika-19 na siglo. So, makikita natin na mula sa portraitures ng mga santo, naging subjects na ng painting ay yung mga mayayaman, no, na sila yung may mga afford ng mga ganitong portraitures, no. So ito lang sa mga examples na makikita sa Casa Manila na nakita ko bilang siguro representation na rin ng mga prinsipalya bilang yun yung may-ari ng isang espasyo, curated space. And gayon na rin yung mga may mini retablo dito o sa silid dalangina na makikita natin yung appropriation ng Gothic and Baroque styles na from mga simbahan, yung mga mayayaman ay nagkaroon ng mga art commission para magkaroon na rin ng sariling imahe sa kanilang mga tahanan. No? So with this, I think ma-summarize natin yung Casa Manila at Museo de Intramuros sa pag-imahe ng Intramuros. First, kinikilala ito bilang tagpuan at kaban ng kaalaman. So, ang Casa Manila at Museo de Intramuros sa anyo ng museo ay kinikilala bilang alternatibong paaralan na tumatalakay sa kasaysayan, kultura, teknolohiya, pananampalataya, pamamahala at danas ng lipunan. So, dapat natin tingnan na hindi lamang ito repositories of old collection o tambakan lang ng mga antigong kagamitan na hindi na ginagamit, no? But this is educational space in which nagkakaroon ng bagong pag-unawa and perspective sa pagkilala ng mga collection nito. So ito ay nagbibigay hindi lamang na limitado ito sa abstraktong kaalaman, bagkus ito ay nagbibigay ng karanasan sa lugar upang mas lubos na maunawaan ang pamanang halaga ng Intramuros. Susunod, ang mga pamanang museo tulad ng mga nabanggit ay kinikilala bilang espasyo ng post-colonial na negosasyon. Hindi lamang ito nananatili impukan ng mga lumang kagamitan, bagkus dumadaan ito sa kontemporaneyong negosasyon na nakaraan gamit ang mga sining visual at sa pamamagitan ng analysis ng colonial na iconography batay sa mga popular motif and themes, tinatalakay ng pag-aaral na ito ang samut-saring kontradiksyon at pagkakahalintulad na dulot ng makabagong impluensya sa pagitan ng mga motifs mula sa iba't ibang karatig bansa tulad ng China, gayon na rin ang estilong European tulad ng Gothic, Baroque at Realism, at gayon na rin ang intersection ng katutubong larawan. No? So, pinapakita ng bawat exhibition na to na hindi talaga na hindi natapos yung traditional na pagtingin sa sining, bagkus nagkaroon lamang ito ng appropriation from a colonial perspective. No? And from these popular santos, these anti-classical na pagtingin mula sa Western iconography ay kinikilala bilang subversion o kumahatawan sa mapagpalayang naratibo na taliwas sa notion na colonial na sining. So, ito ay subversion or a form of, what do you call this? A form of saying that this is part of a local artistry. So, hindi siya necessarily a colonial product, but it's a form of local appropriation. So, sunod, ang mga pamanang museo bilang kultural na aparato, ayon sa theoretical na posisyon, ang Intramuros Administration ay kinikilala bilang institusyon na may konkretong pamantayan sa paghuhubog ng halaga ng bawat collection bilang kultural na konteksto. So with this, ang mga exhibition ay nakaayon sa selektibong naratibo na sumasang-ayon sa institusyonal na mandato. At sa mahabang panahon, kinikilala ang Intramuros Administration na patuloy na lumilikha ng sistema ng kaalaman, particular na sa usapin ng colonial aesthetics and colonial history. So with these cultural and educational institutions, mahalaga yung naging responsibilities nila all throughout this timeline. And dagdag pa, ang mga exhibition bilang bahagi ng pampublikong programa ay nagsisilbing hamon, ay nakakubli sa mga ito ang hamon para sa dinamikong negosasyon at pag-unawa ng pamanang Pilipino. So with this, we can conclude ano nga ba ang imahe ng Intramuros mula 1980 hanggang sa kasalukuyan batay sa pag-aaral ng dalawang museo na to. Una, sa aking pag-aaral, ilan sa nakita kong pag-imahe ng Intramuros ay hindi makakaila na bahagi ng kasaysayan ng lugar, ang intersection ng kolonyal na naratibo. So, hindi part na siya, ang colonial history and experience ay part na siya ng siguro part na siya ng kasaysayan ng lugar at kasaysayan ng struktura, gayon na rin ng komunidad nito bilang bilang cultural heritage site. So, sunod naman, ang interpretasyon ng sa nakaraan, sa mahabang panahon, ang Intramuros ay dumadaan sa mahabang negosasyon o proseso sa pagbibigay ng kahulugan at taliwas sa kolonyal na ideal. So, marami ng pag-aaral sa Intramuros na tumutukoy sa Intramuros na from the colonial narratives, paano natin i-shift ito sa local models o in a form of paano natin i-narrate yung ating kasaysayan sa punto de vista ng local model o local na karanasan. So, ang integrasyon nito sa kasalukuyan ay kumikilala sa mismong karanasan ng mga Pilipino, no? So, ayun, with that being said, I think these are the things that makes the Intramuros cultural heritage site at mahalaga sa kasalukuyang henerasyon at kayo na rin sa mga future generation. And with this, I would like to end my presentation with a sense of gratitude at pasasalamat sa Intramuros Administration, particular na kila Architect Ramil Tabayan at Ginoong Rancho sa paglalaan nila ng oras upang maibahagi ang mahalagang impormasyon at kaalaman aking nagamit sa buong pananaliksik. So very challenging po talaga yung naging pananaliksik during this lockdown. And through that, I would like to express my sense of gratitude also to Dr. Cecilia de la Paz, Dr. Esperanza Gatbonton, at Ginoong Dino Santos na naglaan din ng kanilang oras na makilahok sa aking mga short interviews. At gayon na rin sa aking professor o thesis advisor na si Ma'am Louise Ann Salas. At gayon na rin ang aking reader na si Ma'am Patricia Marian Lopez na yun, sa walang sawang paggabay at pag-unawa sa aking pag-aaral. Muli, this is Kinah and I would like to end this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kinah, for that presentation. Are you there right now? You can turn on your mic now. If you're there. Well, anyway, Kinah is currently having an internet problem, but we can still proceed with our commentaries from our panelists. So, Elgin, you're there? Would you like to start?
Hi. Okay, dito pa ako.
Please take note that Kinah might not be able to respond because she has internet problems. Yeah, but you can still continue with your comment.
Okay pa, sige. So actually, very interesting yung paper niya. Especially, she's working habang may pandemic. And then like how she maximized digital technology para mag-gather yung data niya. I really appreciate it. So actually, binahagi ni Ms. Baguan kung paano nire-representa ang Intramuros. So kung napapansin natin, usually, the dominant narrative is naka-angkla pa rin ito sa punto de vista ng mga scholar na nagsasaliksik patungkol sa Intramuros. Of course, if you look at her resource person or yung sources niya, Imahe Bonton, may institution talaga. If we analyze the narratives din ng kanyang mga na-research. For example, kadalasan yung mga imahe ng Intramuros ay hinuhubog ng Katolisismo o ng mailit. So actually if mapapansin din natin, may similarities sila kay Luigie sa na-present ka kanina. Pero actually, I think it's not necessary that we need to answer this Kinah. Pero napakahalaga na tanungin natin yung cultural representation for whom. So kaninong interes nakaangkla ang pagrepresenta sa Intramuros at sa kasalukuyan, sino-sino bang mga Prapiano na nakabenepisyo sa representasyong ito. So, gaya ng mga naitanong ko sa mga previous center, kanino mga naratibo ba ang naikubli? At anong mga naratibo ang kailangang lumitaw na hindi pa napakita ng dominanteng ideolohiya at diskurso patungkol sa Intramuros? If you go back to, for example, the concept of official history by Michel Foucault, may mga dominanteng naratibo at yung dominanteng naratibo na to ay sinasubjugate yung mga lesser narratives, especially sa mga less powerful people or less powerful group of a society. And very interesting kasi mas naipapakita ng presentation ni Kinah yung sort of resistance na it's not, for example, yung pinakita niya na may mga representation of religious images, but meron ding sort of resistance, especially na hindi sinusunod ang yung ibang mga arts doon or ibang mga artifacts ibang arts doon, hindi sinusunod yung Western conventional art. And meron ako isang very particular question, siguro because you're an art practitioner din or you're an art studies major. So how can we bridge the gap between the elites and the masses, especially if you look at the history of Intramuros, it's very elite-driven or parang hindi masyado na-appreciate, I think, ng mga masses or parang hanggang Instagram lang siya, no? Or maybe may comment is may pagka-generalization siya, pero paano natin ito mabibridge yung gap between the people and also of course the practitioner of arts. Maganda. Yun po. Thank you. Napaka-interesting talaga na paper mo. Thank you.
Siguro po to answer that question, how do we bridge the gap between the elite and the masses? Kung titignan natin yung imahe talaga na Intramuros, very elite-centered and nandoon yung political will ng how to create an image to the public, in the case of the public. So I think helpful yung ginagawang initiative ng community museums na to, like yung Casa Manila and Intramuros, na magkaroon ng mga community workshops and at the same time digital discussion on how these collections became meaningful to the public.
Hello, Saina. Ano yung wait lang, pwede pakiulit ng medyo napuputol ka po.
On which part?
Yung nasa middle part na, yung sinabi mo.
Siguro yung mga educational discussion, kung titignan natin just about stories about collection. But so titignan natin dito kung minsan kasi yung pag-approach natin sa heritage naka-centered sa academic perspective. Pero on how you introduce the heritage values, kung paano natin papakalagaan yung Intramuros as part of community values. Doon natin makikita yung doon natin siguro mabibreak yung bridge between the
may kumbaga merong sort of a grassroots movement na parang I think meron din naman mga ganung klaseng mga organizations that are actually promoting these things na. So yeah, very good ang yung point of view mo po on that. Thank you. Okay na po.
Thank you so much for that Ergin. Now, Claudia.
Thank you so much, Kinah, for your very interesting presentation. So, hindi ako masyadong familiar on the collections na meron yung Museo de Intramuros and Casa Manila. So, gusto ko lang i-correct yung idea of you saying na si Casa Manila is a restoration project. Kasi, di ba, in the paper, minention mo doon na it's a project, you know, in the 1960s or in 80s na na-conceptualize siya based on sa kagustuhan na magkaroon ng something na magre-represent of what a bahay na bato is, and it's not from Intramuros. So gusto ko lang makita dun sa study mo is if you're comparing, you know, two museums, kasi museums are very important place for us to learn about heritage and for us to learn about history. And gusto kong malaman kung ano yung perspective mo if you're comparing two museums, who one is the former San Ignacio Church, which houses the Museo de Intramuros, which is an actual, or it existed in Intramuros before, right? And there's this another museum, which is Casa Manila, na nanggaling siya outside Intramuros, somewhere in San Nicolas area. So, ano yung dalawang story na or narrative na gustong i-portray ng dalawang museum na to? So, bigger question would be, what should become of Intramuros identity? So, ito yung parang overarching question for all the papers if we're talking about identity, diba? So, what do these particular museums tell about? Kasi if you're discussing it, or if you're studying about the image of Intramuros, so I think it's important to acknowledge, no, that the formation or the establishment of these two museums stem from two different ideas. And then I also want to ask a question about your methodology in analyzing the collections. So aside from, of course, we have the limitation of accessing or coming to the actual site because of all the quarantines and the limitations. So kahit na meron naman tayong resources sa Google Arts and Culture, and it shows there ano yung mga naka-house sa museum na pinakita mo din. So I want to know more about the process. Paano mo na break down yung mga observations mo, yung analysis mo kanina? Like you were describing that one of the collections, yung mga santo na hinahouse on this particular exhibit, is somewhat iba yung proportion. So ano yung gusto kong malaman, what are the factors that made you analyze and that made you somehow, you know, form this kind of narrative about the imagery of Intramuros? So if you could describe, so na-touch mo ba dyan yung time period where it was gathered or kailan siya nakuha, and also in terms of yung collection, so the curation, so if you have any background knowledge or background research on the formation of the curation, yung process, paano nila finorm yon? Kasi it may be it may tell something about Intramuros, but what is ironic is we've been discussing this evolution of Intramuros, the role of Intramuros, pero I think what we're missing out is something that a museum that will tell the whole story of Intramuros from its beginnings until the contemporary time. So similarly, we can find this kind of museum, you know, yung mga urban museums in Singapore, in Europe, diba? So na-touch mo ba yung idea of that kind of gap between curating from the arts and yung mga sculptures, yung mga visuals, and tying that into the bigger frame of narrative of what Intramuros is? So, yun.
Kinah?
To answer that po, siguro kung simula tayo sa process ng methodology ko, yung ginawa ko dito is ethnography. So basically, I took some readings on the exhibition narrative apart from the physical space. So by that, tinignan ko yung curatorial na makikita natin na instead of chronological approach, ginawa na or thematic. Kumbaga yung kung ano yung ang values na part ng Intramuros, no? Which is Christianism, colonization, Spanish. At the same time, yung emergence of sectors of the art and the society. Tapos, in terms of curation, nagkaroon din, pinag-aralan ko rin yung collection, no? Mga santos and paintings from, I think, nagkaroon ako na comparison between classical, popular, and Amaranto santos. Na compare sa classical, no? Makikita natin yung progress in terms of these people's picture. And to answer that, yung general, siguro overlapping history of museum, makikita natin yung power of building values, kung ano ba yung dominant ideology na pinapakita sa buong. And also, I think, binanggit ko sa thesis ko na these museums, although it's historical, kita natin ito yung problematic to, no? Na may tendency to na fabricate yung ibang narrative in the past. So, nakikita na. So, with this, I think it has the tendency to commodify the past. And yeah, I think that's how exhibitions work. Not just to instill trivial facts, but also to contribute to cultural.
Okay, thank you, Kinah. Are you done? Okay, thank you, Kinah, for that response. We have a comment from Jose Victor Torres, like what Claudia stated earlier. There's a misconception that Casa Manila was a restoration. It is not. It is a reconstruction of a house from San Nicolas and is not related to Intramuros. The house design was merely used for the museum. And then he has another comment from Jose Victor Torres. Considering na ang terminology ng appropriation ay kinokondena ng, question pala ito. May kadugtong. Ang tanong niya ay, masasabi ba natin na magkaiba ang appropriation sa ideya ng enculturation na siyang bumuo ng ating pamanang kolonyal at nagbigay ng ating bagong pananaw na ito ay kabilang ng ating identidad? Nakuha Kinah?
Yes po.
Sorry. Ang tanong po ni Dr. Torres, masasabi ba natin na magkaiba ang appropriation sa idea ng enculturation?
So I think there's a fine line between appropriation and enculturation.
Mahina, Kinah, yung yung audio mo.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Sige.
Hello?
Ano maganda?
makikita natin
Yeah.
dito no, sa mga nabanggit na termino yung appropriation and solution na there's a thin fine line between the na yung tumitingin ito sa local translation no, from the previous colonization. Pero I think appropriation is more on academically acceptable. Culturation, I think there's a possibility to romanticize that and how do you interpret the culture of
We can't hear you na, Kinah. Well, anyway, that's okay. We can. Well, there's another comment here from David Sibayan. So we are actually running out of time, pero basahin ko lang ito. This is our last comment for today. Sabi niya, when I went to Casa Manila, it reminded me a lot of the house of Capitan Tiago in No Limitangere. I tried to picture Capitan Tiago Santos in its prayer rooms. Now, thank you, David Sibayan, for that very insightful comment. Now, I'd just like to add doon sa presentation ni Kinah, now when Casa Manila was constructed in 1981, so it was actually, according to Jaime Laya, it was actually the brainchild of Ramon Faustman, David Baradas, Martin Tino, and Conrado Escudero. Now, during that time, Martin Imperial Tino actually wrote a narrative for Casa Manila. He actually created a fanciful story on how the layout of the rooms were to be framed. So he said in his fanciful story of narration na Casa Manila daw was constructed in the 1800s. Of course, this is just a fiction. No? So this is just a way on how they frame the narrative, on how they arranged the rooms, on how they designed the house. So the narrative was Casa Manila was built in the 1800s. It was damaged in the 1863 and 1880 earthquakes, and it was retrofitted and occupied by a soltero who loved to entertain. And Casa Manila was furnished with a bachelor's heirloom and with Chinese and European imports that he loved, including a fake fireplace. So because we have a fake fireplace in the collection of IA. There was no air conditioning during that time, so the soltero cooled his dinner guest with pungkas swung by muchachos stationed at one corner. He also had the extreme luxury of having ice imported all the way from Massachusetts in the United States and kept in the kitchen's ice box. However, the soltero hadn't gotten around to arranging running water and plumbing, so he had an old-fashioned two-seater flushless toilet and bathed outdoors in the azotea using rainwater hauled from a cistern. So this is from Jaime Laya in his write-up from the Noble and Ever Loyal City from 2017. So there was in fact a narrative. There was in fact a story that they tried to frame when they built the house. But anyway, so we are running out of time for this session and for today's activity. But don't worry because tomorrow is day 2 of our Young Scholars Conference. So for those who are viewing via Facebook, you can still join us via Zoom tomorrow. So there's a registration link available in Facebook. So feel free to join us via Zoom tomorrow. And for those who wish to get a copy of the presentation, don't worry because later next year, we're going to produce a conference proceedings report incorporating the papers themselves and the commentaries from the panelists. So that ends our conference for today. That ends our day 1. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Kinah, for your lovely presentation for this afternoon. Thank you, Luigi. Thank you, Ariel. And thank you to our panelists, Architect Glenn Orbon, Architect Claudia Montero, who will soon be Dr. Claudia Montero, and then Mr. Elgin Salomon. Thank you for joining us today, and hope to see you tomorrow again, dear attendees. For our attendees who have registered, we sent 2 separate Zoom links. So there's another Zoom link for tomorrow for day 2. So we're gonna resend it within the day or tomorrow morning. So it's gonna be automatically sent by Zoom. So if you can't find it, or if wala talaga, if you can't find the link even in your spam, feel free to message us here, Facebook, the social media, or in our email, research@intramuros.gov.ph, to state that you have not yet received your link for tomorrow. Right. So that's right. So see you tomorrow then. So, but for now, goodbye. And of course, thank you to Dr. Victor Torres, who is ever supportive of our activities here at the Intramuros Administration. Thank you so much, sir.